Okay, good morning to all of you. I'm sorry for the slight delay, but well, I was in a conference, so happy to be here again. Happy with what we heard and advanced yesterday, and I hope that today will bring us the same level of success of yesterday's meeting. We have a slight change in our agenda because it was not planned, but I think it's very important that workstream one, had been worked last night on the basis of the comments received and may have some proposals for us, which is important to address and discuss as soon as possible to make their work easier for the rest of the week. So I'm going to give the floor to Mark to present what was the result of the work and discussions last night by the task force.
Thank you, Gabriella. And this is initially one issue that we want to talk about with the board. And the reason for wanting to discuss it with you is that we're proposing to make a change which we want to discuss with colleagues at the IESBA when we have the coordination meeting this lunchtime. So it's just very helpful for us to be able to say, is it a position that this board feels that we should take forward? The rest of the session between now and lunchtime, Christelle and Workstream 2 have very kindly agreed to allow us to switch round and go through some of the rest of our proposals rather than switch backwards and forwards. So the issue that we were discussing in the task force meeting last night was very much around this determination of components. And we recognise that one of the things that has caused a lot of discussion and we've had a lot of challenge over is the reference that we included to align with the IEESB about operational control. And, you know, we recognise that there were some concerns that that was an undefined term, that it could lead to confusion. And therefore, you know, could we look at the way in which we were doing that? So 3 quick slides, no proposed change to the component definition. So that still aligns with ISSA 5000. And the definition of a component obviously includes both group and value chain components. But what we do is we take out the references to internal control, and the determination now depends on whether or not the component is within the reporting entity's value chain. That doesn't change the independence requirements, but what it does do is for the group component definition, you'll see that parts of the text are now shown in strikeout to show that we're taking out the references to within the reporting entity's operational control. So now you've just got a group component being a component that's not within the value chain, and that then follows either the legal entity or the business unit function or business activity. And then we would exclude that operational control bullet that sits below. And we hope that that will address the concerns that this board discussed yesterday. And then that also means for the purposes of the value chain, similarly, you'll see that we have also struck out the reference to operational control. So we believe that this is still consistent in terms of the independence position that we put to the board, but removing the references to operational control is a way of simplifying the definitions from a code perspective. And actually it avoids us having to think further about trying to define a concept that is undefined and really sort of variable, dependent on the reporting framework that you use. So given that we are going to have this coordination meeting with the IEESB at lunchtime, we wanted an opportunity to ask board members, are you comfortable that we go to the IEESB proposing this change that we would make in the code? And then obviously we will see either whether the IESB aligns with this proposal, or whether there is an area where it's not fully aligned in terms of the wording, because they may maintain it. But it would be enormously helpful to us in going in there to understand whether that's a position that this board supports. So can I pause there, Gabriella, and ask board members for their comments?
Sure, Mark. And thank you for the quick turnaround of the proposals and the attempt to simplify as requested by the board members. Any comments? Do you agree with this change?
Can you go back?
Yeah.
To the previous one?
Yeah.
Can we get them to us?
Is it possible to share the slides with the
Group component?
It's been sent. So I think that, Mark, we will allow board members a few seconds to process because it's.
Is it a common thing to define something by what it is not? In the code, I mean, in the usual language it happens, but
And I would like to have, let's say, the positive definition instead of the negative.
but the positive one was requiring the operation or the notion of operation control. This was the difficulty, but so I understand the why. I just wonder if it's
We can
something usual.
say that the group component is a component outside the reporting entity's
Yes.
value chain. We just didn't wanna. We believed it's clear if we are talking about
Yeah.
within or not within. And but that's definitely
Mhm.
I
it's a
think,
wording.
yeah, the important thing is that it is not part of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
value
yeah. I
chain.
understand.
But we can look at the language. I can use archaic English and say out with.
I think just inside or outside would be quite helpful, actually.
Okay.
So, I mean, from an English business, I don't know what kind of, I mean, how to refer to this. Is it correct that a group component, I mean, might a group component not be part of the value chain if you think of an organization that is vertically integrated? So you could have a value chain entity that is part of the group. Are you getting my point?
That would be good.
And,
So for example, a customer that is, or a supplier for the company that is,
But that would be good.
so it is part of its value chain.
Yeah, that's in the
like in a sense, the issue for us is that the independence requirements that apply are different for a group component and a value
I
chain
understand,
component.
but so I totally agree and I totally see your point. I think my concern is that if somebody is reading it, just especially that the standard is profession agnostic, they might get the impression that we are referring to the term value chain in the regular sense of the term, if that is appropriate to say, rather than like the way we define it as scope 3 reporting. So perhaps you could refer to it as scope, I mean, in terms of scope of reporting. I'm not sure if we can do that.
Like I think that the issue there is if we started referring to
Yeah.
scope 3, we would no longer be framework agnostic.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we've got to keep it at this sort of at the principles level so it can apply.
I agree. No, you're right. But I think, again, my concern is that in my mind, if I'm reading it from an English language point of view, a group component could be part of the entity's value chain. So, or a value chain entity, you get my point? So it's just, I think you're referring to the reporting aspect of things, whereas it might not necessarily be so obvious to anyone who is reading this. That's my
And that's what we discussed within the task force, and we recognize that the value chain can spread across the
Yeah.
group. But we also have the group client definition already includes the related entities, the controlled entities, and we recognize that these can be also potentially a value chain entity. But from independence point of view, they are covered because these
Yeah.
are related entities.
Okay,
It's something that we can definitely explain,
yeah,
but those entities that goes beyond the related entity,
yeah.
that component, because of the different independence requirements.
So can't you just explain it in very simple terms, like it is an entity that is within the client or the
But we
Yeah.
have, so this definition is already in the glossary, and the glossary will include the determination of a group client definition as well. That would explain that this is the entity at which the sustainability assurance work is performed. That also includes related entities and would include the group components as well. So I think if someone reads the glossary, it would be clear, but yeah, we can definitely.
Yeah, so just as a final point, I'm definitely for removing operational control. I agree 100% with that. I think don't need it in there personally. But I just have a problem with that top part. I would rather use like a group component is a component that is, part of the group client or a related entity or something, but not. And not define it as something that it is not very
Yeah,
much.
so we need to turn it into a positive definition, not a
Exactly.
negative one. And I think what we can also do to address your point, Rania, is we can put something in that to say for the purposes of the IESBA, actually. So it is for the purposes of setting. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, good. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the effort. I think that this solve, let's say, the wording issues, but not the substantial issue. The substantial issue that I mentioned yesterday was that I do not think it is appropriate for non-group, let's say, group where there is a control or where there is a real financial control, to include the related entities or the controlled entities, simply because in this way, you are not removing this issue. You are simply not mentioning operational control, but where operational control is ongoing or it is embedded into the law, and it is embedded into the law without extending to the related entity, you are scoping in the related entities in addition. So it is not an implementation that it is without any impact. And I see a lot of unintended consequences here because you are scoping in entities that are not per se necessarily under control, operational control, financial control, whatever you call it. So it was not changing anything about the substance of the matter.
So actually this change that we are and what we are proposing is fully aligned with what currently we have in the group audit standards as well. Because in the group audit standards, we also have the entity, the related entities and component at which assurance work is performed. So I don't see that it's not our intention. And the reason we worded as it is now, that we would be fully aligned that what we have for the audit and the audit component. So I don't see that how we would include additional we would include additional entities as components, but that's nothing extra comparing what we have in the case of financial reporting.
When you compare, so can I respond?
Yes.
And the reason why I'm saying that is that you are applying the same wording to different realities because the framework are completely different. In the group audit, you do not have this concept of non-consolidated entities, even with the equity method, that are considered component. And now here you have non-consolidated entities that for reporting purposes, as there is a different reporting standard, you are correctly considering them. But with this wording, you are extending this perimeter more than the reporting framework is doing, because you are scoping in the controlled entities of the third-party entities not consolidated that are under control. I'm not mentioning the operational control, but are under the control, are not consolidated, are not relevant for financial statement purposes. And so you are saying, well, we are using the same wording, but the meaning and the consequences are different.
But on that, Luigi, that only, what we hear is this only applies to those entities where the sustainability assurance practitioners determine they're carrying out assurance work. So you don't have this sort of spread to related entities and other things. It's only in respect of those entities where the for the purposes of the value chain, it's where the group sustainability assurance practitioner has determined that there is a need for assurance activity. So that stops it then applying to value chain entities and any related entities or other things that are connected to them.
If I can just give an example, then I will stay silent. Sorry. Let's take the example that, say, in the EU documentation and material is there. So let's take a joint controlled entity, which could have 10 subsidiaries. And by chance, this joint controlled entity is under operational control using the European wording by the reporting entity. But all and each and all of the subsidiaries are not. You are scoping in here even the subsidiaries, because there is an assurance work performed at the entity. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It is a legal entity. Yeah. Yes. Yes. There are controlled entity. Yes. Yes. And therefore you are scoping in even though they are completely not relevant.
But if you go back to the component definition, I think that within the reporting boundary,
Sorry, in the example, let's assume that the joint controlled entity is A. It is, as it is under operational control using the European language, it is within the reporting boundary. It is a component, and you are scoping in all the 10 subsidiaries which are not relevant because they are not under control or operational control or so on, or are under operational control of other entities. We don't know.
Are we going to perform assurance work at these irrelevant entities?
Absolutely not, but they are controlled.
They are not components.
No, they are controlled.
But they are not components because it's not the control, it's that they are in the reporting boundary and the firm performs assurance work there. So if it's irrelevant and the firm will not perform assurance work, they are not components.
They're not components.
But the parent company is. A, which is the parent company of the 10 subsidiary, is a component. Yeah. And if you go to the definition, you are scoping in the controlled entities.
Yes, just
for the
reach. I know I've seen you reach before. I was just trying to move on. This deserves a little bit more of attention, I think, but as we speak, maybe we can get to.
Okay.
Rich?
Thank you. I have a little bit of background noise, my apologies. If you could go back to the slide with the group component definition. I'll just throw this out there. What if you said a group component is an entity within the organizational boundary of the audit client for which the group assurance provider has determined it to be a component, something like that, because then you highlight that it has to be the component to Sylvie's point. And so if there's an entity or entities that you have not determined that you need to do any procedures at, then you're not including that in the entities you have to be independent of. I just throw that out for consideration. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich. If you could please send your suggestion
Okay, thanks.
so that the task force can look at it as well. Andy, please.
So, I mean, thank you for bringing this to us and for agreeing to talk to the joint. I think that's the way to go. But I think, I think really what we're demonstrating is just the extreme level of complexity that's built into our two sets of standards here and these issues, that some very, very smart people that I respect a lot are having a very hard time working through. And I really, I don't mean this in any light sort of way. I respect the differences, but this is very, very complex. I'm always concerned in writing anything where we start making changes and then the ripples that go through it. So I'm going to say that maybe I'm fully able to react to this because I want to think through all of the different areas. But if we can go, please, to the value chain component. Well, if that's possible, yeah, thank you. So my biggest concern is with the identification I explained yesterday, and this also is on the IAASB, of just the whole notion of a value of a customer and supplier component. I can't see it at all. So this doesn't help me out, and maybe I'm the only one that needs to be helped out. But this definition, I think, is just wording the same thing, one with the adjective in front and one with the adjective in back, right? A value chain component is a component that's in the value chain. So I'm not quite sure. It's very circular. It seems to me. It doesn't seem to add as much as I hated the whole operational control thing too. At least that was a distinction with a difference. But I did want to share, as I mentioned yesterday, that I think it's a wrong answer to have a customer and supplier component. So that's the value chain component. But the level of complexity of this is something to be hashed out with our friends on the IAASB, of course, because you do need to have, I do agree that we do need to have that. And I think it's from where I sit, just like in the financial statement world, I think and I mentioned this in the exposure draft, that we can't be setting performance standards. And I know we don't intentionally mean to set in reporting standards in our ethical standard. The ethical standard is just trying to figure out who do you got to be independent from? And who you got to be independent from is maybe somewhat dependent upon how the auditing concepts are defined. So I guess thank you for sharing with the IAASB colleagues our board's concern with some of these definitions. And, maybe together, when you discuss these in operational control, you'll come up with something else, but I'm not quite sure we've gotten there yet. But I think the first thing I said is even though there are many words, I have to take these things on board and chew them over to really say, yes, go do it. So I'm not going to promise even if I said, yes, go do it, I would say, which I'm not. I'd say, and even though I'm saying, no, I don't like this, I think I have to think about it more. So I apologize for that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't apologize. Sadia, please.
So when I put my card up, it was a different situation than we are now. But I think my point still stands in that this definition is making reference to two other definitions. And just the placement needs to be considered as we move forward, that someone reading it cold realizes that they have to read two other definitions to understand what this definition means. But I do think that deleting the operational control aspect is the right way. I also think that the reference to the framework is still in value chain, so it's not losing its essence.
Thank you, Sadia. Ken, please. Sorry, David.
Thank you. I think for me personally, I have to admit, I don't have a problem with the definition. I think you really tried to find a balance. What I worry about more is that the language might not be as accessible to everybody, particularly if they're non-native English speakers. And that's what I worry about the most. I don't know how you simplify it, but I think Sadia raises a really good point around the referencing and thinking about perhaps how we bring it together so it's easier and it's all together to be able to bring it, particularly for non-native English speakers, because then we make it more accessible. But the definition as a whole, I don't actually have a problem with it. I think it's just getting your head around it. To Andy's point, it takes a little bit. So just thinking through how we can make that more accessible might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose I'm still reflecting on Luigi's scenario, and I just wonder whether what the board is being asked to consider is a question of principle. And if you go to the definition of group component, Sylvia, if you could, and I just really want to understand Luigi's point of question in relation to bullet A, and whether Luigi, you're suggesting that in thinking about independence relative to components, group components in this case, whether we should be concerned only with the entity that has its information, its certain information subject to assurance, and therefore not any controlled entities underneath the subsidiaries and so forth, in which case bullet A would just stop at legal entity. Is that what you're questioning? Whether we're going too far in scoping in the related entities as part of the group components?
I think that if we start, I'm not sure that the concept of related entity is correct under a sustainability world, but the premise was to make it, let's say, the same for audit. So that's fine. I'm not questioning the related entities. What I'm saying is that we are expanding the scope to situation where the new reporting framework, which are different from the audit, let's say the financial statement reporting framework, are scoping in new entities. But we cannot avoid considering how the reporting framework are considering them. They are not sometimes, like in the example of the operational control or other example, or the example I made, sometimes there are no real control, but it is a partial control of certain entities or assets in point B. Mm-hmm. If it is an entity, the issue is this control sufficient to expand to related entities of this entity the same approach under independence, or it is too much? I think it could be too much. So I'm not saying, well, it is like we have two sets of companies. The first one are the traditional one where we decided as a convention to use the same concept of related entity of audit. It is correct, it is not, it is the convention. So it is what it is. Then we have a second group of entities that are really brand new compared with the framework we use so far for the financial statement audit. And we need to inquire ourselves whether it is correct or not to scope in them using the same approach, because they are brand new, they are completely different. It is a different framework. And I think that if they are truly under relevant for the component, they are scoped in any case. If they are not, we should be very careful not to include them. So in the example I did, if a subsidiary is not relevant for the purpose of the reporting, we should not scope in them simply because it is a controlled entity, because the concept is completely different. So I'm not saying, well, we need to go back and not to consider the related entities, but we need to consider that the reality is different.
Thank you, Ken and Luigi. Christelle, please.
I understand what Luigi is saying, but the new reality is defined by the new reporting framework. It should determine the data to be reported and the parameter to be reported. The principles of do you take all the related activities, don't you, etc. So that's reporting framework. And if we go back to the component definition, this is the first filter. It is a component is for a group sustainability assurance engagement, an entity, a business unit, or etc., within the reporting boundary determined by the group sustainability assurance. No, yeah. So that's maybe where we need the first filter about the reporting framework. First, it is defined as to be included by the reporting framework. Second, it is meant to be necessary for the purpose of assurance to be included in the components. Then you get to the filter of it is a group component because it is within the operational control. We have to define it a different way. Or it is a value chain component because in some reporting frameworks, you need to get these information. And within these information, some are defined as being components. Yes? So the first filter is reporting boundaries defined by a reporting framework. You cannot, by definition, include more than this into your components. The components is something equal or less as defined by the necessity of the assurance, no? So I don't see how you could expand on your criteria.
Yeah, and if I may just comment, Sylvia, if you could just flip to the next slide. And I just wonder whether it's a matter of narrowing the scope of the first bullet to bring in essentially the concept of related entities that are within the reporting boundary. Because I think your concern, Luigi, is that by just merely referring to related entities over which the entity has direct or indirect control, you could scope in, like you say, subsidiaries that have nothing to do with the sustainability reporting, right? But if we are only interested and minded to address those controlled entities that are in the scope of the reporting boundary.
Yeah,
that's what we have
That's
to,
true.
because this
We
information
could
will be
add
rolled up
Yes.
in terms of the
Go
consolidation.
back to the first filter.
So maybe it's a question of narrowing the scope to just be very clear that we're not scoping any and all, only those that are relevant for the
This is
reporting.
relevant. Yeah.
Okay, let's see, Janine.
Thank you. Yes, I wanted to make two comments. One is that this is typically, I think, something to really discuss with the IESB, because it has real implications on what they have in their standards. So defining here something differently is of course good to do for discussing things. But in the end, it has really quite some implications, as I just looked at what the IESB has in its standard. And they have something explicitly around operational control, which I'm not sure there is in the IESA, but what maybe also helps to clarify what you're discussing. And it says, operational control is determined by the applicable criteria, which is the reporting framework, in addition to within the entity's reporting boundary that clarifies the operational control. It's what I yesterday also highlighted. It is in their application material. So yeah, it's not very, not so prominent in their standards in the requirements section, but it is to further explain. I don't know if it helps, but I just wanted to.
I think that the problem we face, Janine, is that for the purposes of the IS, there are no applicable criteria in that way. You've got applicable criteria for operational control that you can refer to for the purposes of an assurance engagement. Based on the reporting framework, but we don't have those criteria. So therefore, we're trying to set criteria that determine the independence requirements that you apply. And if we go down the route of using the criteria that apply in a performance engagement, it doesn't work for the assurance requirements. So we've tried to get to a situation where for a group component that's within the reporting for a group component, it is within the reporting boundary, and therefore the independence requirements are the same independence requirements that apply in an audit of financial statements. In a value chain component, we have lighter independence requirements, which reflect the fact that, you know, you're not looking at controlled entities or similar things in the way that you are in an audit of financial statements. So that's why the task force discussed removing the operational control references, because actually it's not a reference that is applicable from a sort of setting independence requirements. It's a performance requirement, and therefore if we try to accommodate it, we end up in a very confused position.
Yeah, I understand that. On the other hand, of course, it's the practitioner, the group practitioner, that first sets or looks at, based on the reporting requirements or the criteria, which components are covered, so within the reporting boundary, and then you look at the ethical side of things. So what is the value chain component? What's the group component? So yeah, somehow I'm not sure, but as I understand your explanation, the word criteria is not the right one here, which I understand. But in the logic, there could maybe be something to explain that actually the way it's been reported, that drives in which bucket it is, you know, is it a group component or not? But something like that. That was my
value chain definition. We already have that.
Thank you, Janine. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand what we are discussing now correctly, I think we are discussing about those non-consolidated supplier or vendor. Just to be simple, I think we are talking about that, and so will this one will be part of and this non-consolidated vendor and supplier, whether it will be group component or the value chain component will depend on whether there is any relationship with those other group client, right? So, and maybe I'm not, and if there is any relationship with the group client, it should be part of the group component, even though it's not non-consolidated. Is the proposal? Is it so? Non-consolidated vendor and supplier, which is related to the group client, is where probably people are concerned about, and we want to put them under group component. Is that what? But it will depend on the reporting framework. But
so I think that is the way that the IASB are looking at it for the purposes of the assurance engagement.
Yes.
We have a different challenge because we want a consistent level of independence requirements that apply to a group component, and we require a lighter level of independence requirements that apply within a value chain component. So therefore, I think where we get to is that for the purposes of the group component, we need to recognize that the definition is for the purposes of the IESA. It's not for the purposes of a performance standard. And then I think Ken's point, hopefully to address your concern, Luigi, is that because it is about the reporting boundary, if we were to say when a group component is a legal entity comprising the entity and any related entities within the reporting boundary, because then we are defining it by the reporting boundary, and we're taking away that risk that it expands beyond that, because it's the reporting boundary that's the driver for the consideration of independence purposes.
But we don't need to think about the independence issue if that non-consolidated vendor or supplier has nothing to do with the group client. But maybe when those value to non-consolidated vendor or supplier, the firm that do assurance for those non-consolidated vendor supplier has made DSR with the group firm, maybe we have to think about independence. But if the firm doesn't have DSR and this value chain entity has nothing to do with the group client, we don't need to, well, there's less risk of independence for sure. So for the value chain component, I thought that is where we need to cover the value chain non-consolidated vendor supplier, but has a relationship with the group client. So then we can keep just group component as those consolidated entities.
So in respect of your comments about the value chain, the additional thing that we need to consider is its independence requirements that are applicable to value chain components, where the sustainability assurance practitioner proposes to carry out assurance work.
Yes.
So it's not everything in the value chain. It's only those, in the case of IESBA, material value chain components that you are including within your reporting. And then it is the independence considerations that we've set out in the IESA that are a lighter set of independence requirements that apply to those value chain components. But I do wonder whether Ken's proposal on the group component piece helps to address the risk that you are concerned about, Luigi, which is you're then effectively trying to determine independence requirements that apply to things that are not being reported on. And if we say that the independence requirements in respect to the group components are entities that sit within the reporting boundary, then you make very clear that it's not anything that's related to that entity. It's only things that fall within your reporting boundary for your sustainability reporting purposes.
I think that with this clarification,
sorry,
can I think that with this clarification, well, we need to read it, and to try to make I need to make the example in my mind. Sorry for that. But I think that with this clarification, the risk of scoping in additional entities which are not relevant would be, let's say, fixed and remediated.
Thank you. In that case, Gabriella, if there are no other comments from board members at this stage, can I ask if we can pause for 10 minutes, just so Sylvia, Keith and I can update these 3 slides to reflect that discussion, and then we can circulate them to board members again, because I really want to be able to go into the meeting with the IESBA with a proposal that this board feels addresses its concerns.
Yeah, Ken still has a comment, yes, but it's a wise proposal.
Yeah, no, absolutely makes total sense, Mark. I was just thinking what would be helpful is, and maybe it won't fit on just one slide, but to include at the very beginning the definition of component. How do we define a component? How then we define a group component, and how then we define a value chain component, right? So I don't know but if that could be put on one page, then it's all, But on the slides, you can spread them across 3 slides, however you wish to take them. But if there could be a one pager with all these three definitions together.
I agree because I think that one of the problems that it's not the problem, but one of the problems here is that we are reading this in a separate, isolated way, while this connects with other things that are across the country. This sometimes is the problem, and if so, everything that we can do to clarify what's the context and what are the pieces of the provision that should be taken into consideration, it helps. It's not, of course, the central problem. So I agree with that. And Mark, of course, I was exactly thinking about that even if it's a change in our agenda, we need to be agile because this has to be more or less stabilized before lunchtime, before we meet IESB. So yes, please go ahead. 10 minutes, 15 minutes? 15 minutes. So we will be back at 11. 11. Thank you.
It'll be a great photo.
So apologies for this slight delay, but it was necessary for the group to reconvene and come up with something that I'm going to ask immediately Mark to share.
Thank you. So Sylvia is going to share the document on the screen. We have reflected the discussion that we've just had. Can we just look at this from, in principle, is this where it gets to? Because we recognize that the words, it still requires some editing to get there, but actually, are we in the right place? So where we get to is at the top there, you've got the existing component definition that has not changed. So that was already on the slide. And then we say, a component might be a group component or a value chain component. So for the purposes of this part, so for looking at it from the purposes of the IESA, a group component is not in the reporting entity's value chain. We can see whether it's possible to turn that into a positive, but it's a clear thing that it's not part of the value chain. If the group component is a legal entity, it's the entity and related entities within the reporting boundary. So that's the point to address Luigi's concern, over which the entity has direct or indirect control. And then you've got the previous definition, the business unit function or business activity or combination thereof. And you've got the definition there. And then at the bottom of the page, you've got how that applies in the construct of the value chain component. So the value chain component is within the reporting entity's value chain, and it's either a legal entity, the entity, or again, business unit, functional business activity, or some combination thereof. Now, that has the advantage of setting out both group and value chain component, linking it to the aligned definition of a component, and including wording that should address Luigi's concern about limiting the independence requirements to what's included within the reporting boundary and not going sort of ever wider beyond that. And I say in principle because we can deal with the drafting and come back in the turnaround session on Thursday. But it's really important that we have a basis to discuss with the IEESB later on this morning, because they will be moving to finalise their standard.
Thank you very much, Mark, and Workstream. David, please.
Just a question for you, Mark. So for the group component where you say it's not in the reporting entity's value chain, would it be more simple? We were just actually having this discussion a little bit earlier. Would it be appropriate and simple to say it's within the reporting entity's boundary versus a value chain component then would be outside? Could you get the definition?
Asking for value chain.
Yeah.
In some circumstances.
No, I totally agree. But I'm wondering if a group component could simply be the scope of what you would capture anyway as part of your reporting, regardless of whether it's an entity a business unit, a function, by definition, it'll all be included.
The group component is within the reporting entity's reporting boundary.
Came actually out.
Oh,
Yes, that's exactly what I'm asking, and I'm wondering if that might be a more simple way of approaching it, because then what you've effectively got is you've got the reporting entity and things that will naturally be captured by it anyway, and then you've got everything outside that needs to be captured as part of its value chain reporting. So I'm wondering if that might be a natural way of looking at it that would be more relatable. Just a thought.
It may well be, but there you have a difficulty there because the reporting boundary covers both. So if we're defining the group component, we can't define it relative to the reporting boundary because both sit within the reporting boundary.
Yeah.
I accept there may be a better articulation which doesn't use a negative, but it can't be the reporting boundary because both sit in the reporting boundary.
So you can't simplify it that way, okay?
Yeah, I have a question. By using this definition, where you clearly state for the purpose of this part, but you use two words that are also used in assurance standard, are you defining it in a different way than the assurance standard, meaning that you will have different in scope? Meaning that for what I understand from the IESA 5000 is the frontier is about operational control. And in some circumstances, you might have operational control over value chain entities, assets, whatever, organizations. And they would be in group component. While for the purpose of IESA, this could not happen. And so there is a difference in frontier. Is it acceptable? Is it understandable? Is it sustainable?
And I think the answer to that, Christelle, is that for the purposes of ISSA 5000, they are carrying out an assurance engagement that covers both the group components and the value chain components, and it is assurance. For the purposes of this part of the purposes of the IESA, we are carrying out, for independence purposes, two different engagements. For the group components, we have independence requirements comparable to an audit of financial statements. For value chain components, we have a lighter touch. So therefore, they have the ability to use almost like a single term that covers both. And if we followed that, we would end up with an unworkable independent set of requirements for the value chain. We have to be able to distinguish the two. So it is for, I think, a very real purpose that there is a single assurance requirement that applies across the reporting boundary. However, there are differential independence requirements that apply depending on whether you are a group or a value chain component. And I think that's the position that's been consistent all the way through.
Yeah, just add one more thing.
Yeah, please.
And I just wanted to add that, as far as I can remember, in ISSA 5000, in their requirements, they are not using group component and value chain component. So this is something that we really asked them to include because as a result of the coordination. So there in the application material, they define it, but this is something that was more important for us. And
so they could change the definition because they don't use it?
I couldn't go that far. But like just saying that this is not something that it's in the requirements, because the assurance work, as Mark said, is the same, and they are focusing on the component definition and not on the group component.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you for the effort. I need some more help
Yeah.
for me to understand. So, yes. Simple example, I need to be sure to have correctly understood. Assume that you have a top co, we call A, with 3 subsidiaries for a moment. Only A and 1 subsidiary contribute information to the reporting boundary. Within the reporting boundary is meaning that only these 2 entities, so the top co and 1 subsidiary, need to be considered within the perimeter of the group component and therefore independence.
That's what we're saying, yes.
Okay, no, that's fine for me. It was exactly what I had in mind. I was not able to explain very clearly.
Don't worry, because neither were we.
Okay, good. Andy, please.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. And having it on one piece of paper is actually interesting. I mean, I guess the difference between a group component and value chain component is just whether it's in the value chain or not. So I continue to question whether the value chain component as either of these statements of fact is really helpful. But I still have a problem with the whole value chain component aspect, which you know about. So I'm interested in what the IEEE, and I think at this point, perhaps what we just need to do is get you guys together with the IEESB and see where they've come with their discussions this week and report back to, to us, because maybe they've moved, maybe moved, they haven't moved. Oh, okay. Then, but I do agree that the change you've made with regard to Luigi's point is it looks like it's going to fix that. But this does continue to be a very complex matter with a lot of moving pieces that I will be continuing to think about as you report back to us. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Christelle.
I have another question. Why do you think it is necessary to have 2 criteria for being in group component, which is one being a legal entity, any related entities within the reporting boundary, and the other one being an entity over which the entity has direct or indirect control? Why do we introduce the question of direct and indirect control? This should be defined in the reporting framework. No?
No, it's the,
Do you want to?
yeah, it's so B, in the original proposal, we had this direct and indirect control, and we introduced the reporting within the reporting boundary to respond to Luigi's point to limit the focus. But and that direct and indirect control, this is something that we use throughout the code to indicate the controlled entities. So basically, in point A, we are targeting the controlled entities that are within the reporting boundary.
Do you mean you by this piece of sentence you are reducing the reporting boundary? And if not, why do you use it? Why do you need it?
Simply, we are acknowledging that a group component can be either a legal entity or the other scenario that it's not a legal entity, so it's a business unit function or business activity. If it's a legal entity, we say that the independence should be from the legal entity, that is the component, and the controlled entities, but only of those controlled entities that are within the reporting boundary. And that's responding to Luigi's point.
And it means that, the independence is independent in respect of things that are being reported within that you will give an opinion on. So therefore, that's the important thing from an independence perspective. It's not creating a more onerous requirement that would impact on entities that weren't actually the subject of that report.
And what would it be if it was if the group component is a legal entity it is the entity and any of its related entities within the reporting boundary.
Because that would be really broad. That would include the parents, the sisters, and we only want to focus on the
Okay,
control,
so
the downstream.
So you mean you focus on the downstream? Okay, I have my answer.
Thank you so much. So, Sadia?
Maybe it's an editorial, but important that with our new revisions, we need to include reporting boundary definition now. So we have linked to another definition. It is, but probably not for coordination, but for understanding of our code. Yes.
Sorry, could you clarify again? Do we define reporting boundary?
Yes.
In our text?
Yes, and this is in line with IESB's reporting boundary.
Okay, so what was the question then, Sadia?
So before we had revisions, I was just making the point that this one definition links to 3 other definitions. And that when we are communicating, we just need to ensure that everyone reads it with the other definitions that are not consecutive.
There is a wider challenge in getting to the end of this, where we need to look as far as possible to define something and use that definition, and not have a definition that hangs off another definition that hangs off another definition. So if we can shorten that chain, we will make this simpler and easier to use.
Yeah, I totally agree, Mark. Christelle, do you still want to speak? Okay, so can I assume that, well, this is not the end of the story, because it's, of course, for the purpose of coordination with IESB, but can I assume that the board is comfortable with this proposal for the purposes of coordinating with IESB?
Directionally.
Yeah, sorry?
Directionally.
Yeah, directionally, it's not a final, nothing is final until it's final, but for the purposes of the coordination and the discussions with the IESB, everyone is comfortable, right?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
So I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the definitions again, and so we're saying that for the purposes of this part, a group component is not in the value chain, whereas a value chain component is within the value chain. And again, I mean, while I get it, after all the discussion, I think I get it. But my point is, it seems to me that we're getting into that circular thing again. You get my point? I mean, perhaps the way I see it, just a suggestion, of course, for your consideration, to perhaps start by defining one thing, like what's within the value chain, what is outside the value chain. And then the second one would be, it's not this one. So yeah, and you can change the order, but just explain what it means to be within the value chain. You get my point? Because I think right now we're not really distinguishing, we're not really explaining what is the distinction between a group component and a value chain component.
I think, you know, we will look at this, but we're not going to draft it, you know, sitting around the table. We'll go away and look at it and deal with it. I do agree that, you know, we need to make sure it's as clear as possible. I think the really important thing is that we have a very clear steer from this board that in principle, the way to address the concerns that we have is to make sure there's that clear link to the reporting boundary for independence purposes within the group, within a group component. And I would, you know, try and reassure the board that we are not the only ones who face this, because I remember the IASB consulting a long time ago on non-exchange revenue, which began with non-exchange revenue is revenue that is not exchange revenue. Right. So it is a familiar thing, but you know, we will refine what we've got. But it's just good to know that in principle, this is the position we need to put to the IASB in our coordination meeting. And I think the key message is that sort of point I said earlier, which is from their perspective, from looking at a performance standard for assurance, you're doing assurance regardless of whether it's within the group component, a value chain component, it doesn't matter. For us, it's a very different thing for independence purposes, because we have a comparable independence requirements to audit where it's a group component, and we have a lighter touch where it's a value chain component. And that reflects something that is then operable within the context of the code.
Thank you, Mark. Christelle?
This question is, after this cut, so the value chain component is lighter independence requirement, but then you have the segmentation between under supervision, etc. About the work at, or it's finished?
So, and we've not deliberately not done this today, but there will be when we come back to you for the turnaround on Thursday. We will hopefully have addressed this point about having a flow, a diagram that shows how it works, because again, we're talking about two different things. We're talking about the fact that within the code, we've got requirements that apply whether you've got DSR or you haven't got DSR. It sort of doesn't matter whether, it doesn't matter what you're doing it on. It's DSR or no DSR, and we need to show that to you. The other thing is to recognize that when you go down those pipes, you've then got an issue about whether or not it's a group component or a value chain component.
This is below the first one.
And where it's a value chain component, you've got a lesser set of independence requirements than apply to a group component.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to all of you. Thank you to the task force for bringing back these two new proposals, and for the ones who made the proposal much better than it was, even if it was already good. So I think that we are in a good place. There were some moments here which I think were important in the discussion as well, because it may inspire other tweaks that we may have to make, namely the reference to the need to make sure that what works for financial statements, audited financial statements, works for a different reality, which is sustainability, which was and it is what we are trying to do here. Otherwise, it would not have been necessary to develop Part 5. We would just use Part 4A. And keeping this in mind, it's for us, but also to explain our stakeholders things which may not appear as evident immediately, but this is a different reality, and what we are doing is developing fit for purpose standards and not anything different. Secondly, that with all efforts made to coordinate with IESBA and the definitions and everything, we are not one and the same, and we have different mandates and different realities. So sometimes it is possible that we can't have the same whatever definitions, or that we have to somehow depart from that reality, in the sense that we need to make sure that this applies to what our objectives are. So this was important. And I think it will inform other discussions. Of course, we have it in mind, but it's not always too much to recall what we are trying to do here. So, let's assume that this is stabilized for the purpose of coordination, and the working group or the work stream will come back with some feedback on what we will have discussed with IESBA. And with this, we have half an hour until the moment where we will have to stop, which is at 12. Sorry, Mark.
We're going to go into the wonderful world of pi now.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
Oh no, as in we've dealt with that definitional point, but we've got some other things that we can use the available time to discuss with you.
Oh, okay. So okay, let's go.
Great, thank you. Can we get the slides back up on the screen, please? The pie slide. What? One?
One more.
Here we go.
Yeah.
So short, hopefully short. Nothing is short in this, is it? It's just like drafting hell. No, so determination of public interest entities. We had a specific quote in the consultation asking for feedback on our proposal that the definition of a pie would be driven by the definition for the purposes of the audit of financial statements. In terms of the feedback that we got, around 30% of respondents didn't make any specific comments to us. So the vast majority either agreed or agreed with some comments provided. Some people that disagreed said that it wasn't appropriate to rely solely on financial condition, and that we needed to also include sustainability specific criteria within the PI definition. But I think, you know, we've had discussions before in a landscape that is already rather too complex. We don't want to run the risk of adding in additional complexity. And there were also some questions about what happens when either the auditor or the sustainability assurance practitioner voluntarily adopts the PI requirements. And then there were also some points that were raised about practical communication issues. In terms of determination of what is a PI, the task force proposes that there are no changes to the approach that we had in the ED, and we believe it continues to be in the public interest to have consistency for the purposes of the sustainability assurance engagement and the audit. And if I can remind colleagues, one of the reasons for doing that is we recognise that the PI requirements themselves are comparatively new and they're just coming in. So therefore, it was not going to be a good thing to do to start trying to unpick those at this stage. What we've put in is an additional paragraph 5413B, which explains that law and regulation might also determine whether or not an entity is a public interest entity for the purposes of a sustainability assurance engagement. And that means that obviously it reflects the fact that jurisdictions can determine additional requirements. So we thought that was helpful in responding to requests for clarity from some of the respondents to the consultation. In terms of transparency requirements, we've got the paragraph still that you see there. That we've had no changes to what we went out with on the consultation itself, and there's nothing that we have concluded as a result of looking at the responses that would require that approach to change. And I think, you know, it is still that point that it's unpicking things rather too early. So therefore, the question for board members, are you comfortable with the task force's proposal in terms of determining what is a PI, and also are you supportive of the additional paragraph that we've included at 5413B, which says that national law or regulation can also determine, you know, what is a PI. So therefore, putting or reflecting the role that jurisdictions have in terms of determining what applies.
Thank you, Mark. Comments from board members? All good? It went fast, Mark. If there are no comments? Okay, all right, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Our next one is NAS, which could be quite a long one. And but then again, it could be a short one now. I've said it's a lot. Shall we start? Yeah, we've got 25 minutes. You know, what's the worst that can happen? We've dealt with worse before. Keith's going to take forward this one, so I'll hand over the baton to him. Speak quickly and make eye contact with no one.
Thanks, Mark. Well, anyway, as we know, the guillotine comes down at 12 o'clock anyway, because some of us have got to walk down the road for 20 minutes. So there were two questions asked in the exposure, basically split between, do you agree with the sort of general principles that are set up in subsection 5600, and then all the various different subsections 601 to 610 that deal with the various individual examples of types of NAS service. similar to what we just saw on the pies, relatively few people disagreed, and of those that answered the question, the significant majority were in agreement with the proposals. There were some concerns that mirroring requirements from section 600 in part 4A, was that appropriate, because that obviously they would develop for audit engagements. Some questions about whether or not all the NAS were relevant in the context of a sustainability insurance engagement, and to help address that, could they have some more examples? There was a request for clarification regarding determination of the self-review threat when a firm, I can read down here, when a firm expresses an opinion only on sustainable information. Just a bit of a warning that if you get it too complex in this area, is that going to inhibit sustainability assurance providers' abilities to be providing relevant non-assurance services? And some suggestions for transitional provisions if there's a non-assurance service that is ongoing that would subsequently become prohibited. So back in the June meeting, when we gave you the very brief initial outcome of the consultation, the board supported provisionally retaining the list of NAS in line with Part 4A, as long as there was some necessary tailoring that went on. You asked the work stream to consider the application material in 5600 to explain the potential impact of the provisions of NAS on sustainability information, and some clarifications by way of new examples in the subsections. And my clicker's stopped. Oh, there we are. My clicker's working again. Make sure I haven't gone on too far path. No. Right, so ignore the last paragraph on this slide. In the first paragraph there, we have added some new application material to explain the potential impact of provisions on NAS. What this is really doing is emphasising why this whole section might be relevant, and that's if you're providing a non-assurance service that could affect the underlying data or the controls or the information that you are actually reporting on, then that's a threat that needs to be considered. But equally, if the service you're providing doesn't do that, if it doesn't introduce those risks, then it's not a problem. So don't worry about it. In that next one there, the longer one, 600.8, is where people said, how does this tie in with audit? We're making clear that if you're the auditor, then section 604A is still the relevant consideration. What this paragraph then also goes on to say, though, is that if you're the auditor doing that sort of evaluation for audit purposes, don't think just because a service you're providing doesn't affect the audit, as it were, it could still affect your sustainability assurance engagement if what you're doing affects the sustainability assurance information that you are reporting on. That last paragraph, we had to discuss. The discussion was held yesterday where we talked about saying this doesn't apply to value chain components because they're not part of the client. But nonetheless, the conceptual framework is still relevant. We heard the concerns yesterday, but does that explicit reference to the conceptual framework suddenly put people in the sort of mindset of monitoring and so on, active monitoring and so on? So we've heard that, and that paragraph will not be included. So pretend it was never there. It's coming out. Come on, quicker. Anyway. On this particular paragraph, there was a question raised where in subparagraph A there, we talk about whether or not the results of the service form part of or affect the records underlying the sustainability information, the internal controls over sustainability, or just all the information. And there's some question about why can't you just say whether or not it affects the information? Well, this is in line with what's in 604A. We'd want to keep it aligned with audit, because immediately start changing the words, people will say you must have had some intention behind that difference in words. There is no intention to be a difference. We think it's helpful to have the longer explanation anyway, so we're not planning to shorten that to just information. Then in terms of the examples, as I said, some examples there. So in relation to sustainability data and information services, one of the sort of points that a few respondents brought up was they do benchmarking type services, and where does that fit in this? So we've added an example of a service that might be routine or mechanical, would include compiling and presenting factual data from identified sources for comparative purposes. So if you're doing benchmarking, that's probably okay, as long as you're not making judgmental decisions and providing sorts of views based on that. If you're doing a factual benchmarking exercise, then you should be okay by that clarification. In relation to tax, because a lot of people say, oh, isn't tax really an accounting type issue? Why is it on earth it got to do with sustainability assurance? Well, actually, just a quick bit of Googling now reveals that an awful lot of firms out there, especially professional accountants, as well as some sustainability assurance practitioners, are offering an awful lot of services related to, on the tax front, related to tax planning for sustainability purposes. So we've given an example that a tax service might be advising clients on the opportunities, risks, or impacts in relation to tax incentives or disincentives to support particular policy outcomes in the jurisdiction. That's in 604.2A3. In subparagraph 12A1, we've also said, an example of a planning tax service that might be relevant would be designing tax frameworks to support sustainability strategies, because obviously that might ultimately impact on the information you're going to give assurance on. In the corporate finance services, because we had how on earth is this relevant? Well, we've included now an example that says services advising on business and investment strategies designed to achieve a transition to meet sustainability targets, such as a lower carbon footprint, because that's a corporate finance type service. And again, there's actually a possibility there that's going to impact the information that you're going to give an assurance report on. For the valuations, forecasting and similar services, a few people have said, is forecasting and similar services the best description there? With a suggestion from a member of our reference group, which comprises non-assurance practitioners, non-PAs, I should say. The suggestion was that advisory services on forward-looking information would be a better descriptor and more sort of reflective of the nature of the services they're doing. So that section now is valuations and advisory services on forward-looking information. In terms of transition, you'll have seen from the transitional provision that what we're saying is, well, if you have already commenced a non-assurance service before all this kicks in, well, you can carry on until that's been completed. You don't have to sort of suddenly bail out and abandon it once this comes in. But once this is in, you can't start going around creating new engagements thereafter. So, questions for the board are there? Do you agree? Do you continue to support retaining the list of NAS that we've got in the various subsections? The new guidance that's come into the main section, general section 600. Are you happy that we don't narrow the limit, the reference to records, underlines, and the sustainability information, the internal control, to keep that broader description, don't just go down to sustainable information? The examples I've just given in terms of how to help illustrate how the subsections might be relevant in relation to things like tax and corporate finance services and the transitional provision. Over to you.
Thank you, Keith. Christelle, please.
I found the modification really clear and adding value to the ED. I only have one question about the transitional provision. How do you deal with contracts that deal with multiple year activity? And there could be a sort of abuse, you know that those are arriving within the 2 years, okay, effective date is in 2 years, and within that period you negotiate NAS. What about a service that should be provided during 3 or 4 years? How do you, or a sort of revolving service? Does it happen, or is it already dealt and we know how to do?
I think that's a very good question, one I asked myself during the discussions. But we are following, the short answer is, we are following the same model that was followed when the NAS section in the existing code was developed, because the same issue would have arisen then. I guess what it really boils down to is we are hoping and expecting that practitioners and firms will do the right thing, if I put it that way, and they won't seek to abuse it. I would imagine if they're in a regulatory environment, regulators will be alert to those sorts of potential abuse and would say, hopefully crack down on it. But that's the transitional version.
Can I just add to that as well? It is actually quite helpful wording, because you've got the firm or the network firm may continue such engagements until completed in accordance with the original engagement terms. So I think that provides an appropriate hook, that if you had a contract for a service that was, say, straddling 2 financial years, so it was a 24-month contract or something, it would be inappropriate if you then tried to extend that to a 15-year contract. So you could say that we're carrying on delivering this in accordance with the terms. So I do feel, from a sort of regulatory perspective, there's an appropriate hook to be able to prevent abuse from that, as there was within, the original sort of NAS project.
I had exactly the same question and the same problem, and there are actually some situations where this can be prolonged for years. I'm thinking, for instance, about transformation processes in some companies, which may last, and advisors and consultants may be hired for 5 years and things like that. Wouldn't it be, I don't know, it's necessary to include something at least to recommend or to suggest that, that this transitional provision couldn't last for, I don't know. I think that there are situations, even if we trust, as Kit was saying, that they will do the right thing. Anyway, I'm fine with that, but I have the same question. Which is?
Thank you for the explanation. I have some comments with reference to the additions that have been done. So the example in the NAS sections, because I find them sometimes not clear to me. It is also an issue that I have, and in one sense and in another sense. So I just give you a couple of examples. If you go to the corporate finance services that are prohibited, so the 5,610.5, it sounds me odd to conclude that where the result on those services will not affect the records of underlying data information, they are allowed. Because we are thinking about corporate finance services that involve promoting, dealing in, or underwriting shares. These will never have an impact on the financial statement or on the sustainability information. On the other hand, are we sure we would like to allow these type of services? And these services are really linked to an advocacy type of threat. So, well, it is a consideration. I would prefer to have the same text that we have for audit, for example. So this is an example where this addition is not working as intended, in my view. An addition on the opposite side is with reference to the tax services. For example, where you added that advising on risks connected with incentives and so on, but this is really the truly work that the tax advisory do, advising on risk, whether a certain approach presents some tax risk to be considered by the firm. So basically you are excluding all or most part of the tax services, which I think is a really big unintended consequence. So basically, I'm not sure that these examples are needed. And if they are needed, I'm not sure that they are really pointing in the right way to the risks. I think that sometimes are too broad, and sometimes they sound like considering certain activities allowed. Well, I'm not convinced that this is really where we should be.
This is not easy to discuss without the document. If you could, but we hear the concerns. If you could email them to us on that, and then the work stream can look at the detail comment. I was just thinking, I've caught it up on my screen, and unfortunately, I'm not sharing onto there. But you've heard of 610.5 in the addition. If we took that addition out, then because I think that addition was narrowing the scope. Whereas if without that addition, I think the concern was actually, are we making it too broad and putting in a prohibition where you'd say, well, but that would never have an impact on your sustainability information. So the idea was of that addition in 610.5 was to say, but only where it impacts the sustainability information should it be.
But would you, let me put the matter in this way. Would you accept the idea that a sustainability assurance practitioner would promote the shares of an assurance client to the extent that there are no impacts? But is it something we would like to see on the market for the public interest?
Oh, yeah.
Well, the response could be yes, of course, but I'm not sure. Well, this is so I'm pretty.
I'm always happy to be more stringent, so I'm very happy to take.
No, but
take that out.
But let's say, Kate, please do not take only positive or negative, not the other side. Be balanced.
I say, if you send us your comments, then we can look at that.
The issue is that, in my view, this example have the risk to be too broad or to be too narrow in the prohibition. So I would prefer the original approach that in the NAS it was adopted, not to make any detailed example, and to leave it on a principle basis, because it is probably the right bar to identify the right solution.
Thank you, Luigi.
On the question of effective date and on transitional provisions, the one that we just had, it would be mindful for the task group to consider the frequently asked questions from NAS. So during NAS, there was a conversation about this, and there was some consideration if those charged with governance would have a role in playing when they recur engagements.
Okay. Thank you, Sadia. Point taken. Rich, please.
Yeah, I'd like to go to 5603 on valuations. This may not be the end of the world comment, but because I understood that somebody from the sustainability reference group suggested using forward-looking information, but I personally don't think forecasting and forecast should be deleted throughout this. I have no problem with including forward-looking information, but that is, very relevant to what might be going on. And so I think that would be appropriate to include. I also, and I presume minor things like and versus or you're going to address later, so I'm not going to go through those, but I think then if we go to the tax section, I have a concern about the addition to the paragraph, to the paragraph 5604.12a1. First of all, when the NAS task force went through, every section has a comment about what might create a self-review threat, the prohibition on creating a self-review threat. And my recollection, and I may be missing it, but my understanding was we intentionally did not put examples into that paragraph. Furthermore, I don't agree with the example that's shown here about, and I'm not even sure what designing tax frameworks to support sustainability strategies means, but I don't think it's appropriate to be in there. And I also think that that example raises a question about whether we have some view about tax frame, whatever that means, as it relates to the extant code when we're doing an audit. I have a similar comment. I just don't think it's appropriate to include in that paragraph, period. And then I come down to Luigi's comments in 5603A1 and 5610.5. And again, I don't think the example in A1 is appropriate. It also is quite broad in its description. And then likewise in 5610, I don't think that addition is appropriate either. I think that opens the door for some things that we would not expect to be okay. And particularly when we're trying to make this clear for non-PAs. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Ken, or Janine, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I have actually a question. So if you enter into a contract, let's say on the 14th of December, then that could trigger all kind of things, self-review threat, advocacy threat, depending on what type of NES is being done. So my question is, how does that then works out in practice? Because you somebody said, yeah, we hope that they will abuse this transitional provision. But I can remember as a former audit regulator when the NES for audits became into effect, there were a lot of contracts entered into just before that date. So it's very easy to just assume that it doesn't happen, and then it can last a long time. There is no, yeah, it's a little bit open-ended. And my question is also, what about a conceptual framework? Would that in any way apply with or without effective safeguards in place? Could there be a moment that they should stop the NES, even though there is this transitional provision? I'm I have questions how this would work out in practice, whether there are any unintended consequences. And also, I think with these kind of things, there is this effective date, but it is of course not that then all of a sudden on the 15th of December, all the firms realize that all of a sudden there is something with NES and sustainability assurance, and that they already know that things are coming. They have to implement things. So they also know in a period before that they should take into consideration what the new independence rules are and already act to that. And that would be, in my view, the best way forward, and not to give this kind of wide open-ended kind of transitional provision. Thank you.
It's you raise a really interesting question, Janine, because from a regulatory perspective, we did exactly the same in the UK, where we put an additional requirement in our ethical standard, where it says if a firm designs a policy or a procedure or an approach to get around any of the provisions in this ethical standard, then it will be considered a breach. And that's what we did to stop this thing of do you suddenly get a whole swathe of contracts agreed on the 13th of December that carry you through for the next 5 years. But I think in the context of this, it's probably something that we have to take away and feed into the wider deliberations of the board, because that sort of provision would sit outside the scope of what we consulted on. But I think it's probably an issue that we could pick up and feed back into the board's deliberations about whether or not there's something to do more widely from a sort of NAS perspective and other things as well.
I agree. Thank you. Ken, please.
Yeah, I'm going to speak to this issue as well. To Jenny's question or comment, my view is that there are sufficient safeguards or guardrails in the code to address precisely the matter that we are considering here. First of all, I think it's important to bear in mind that firms are only one of the two that are needed to tango, meaning to say that you need the client as well on board. So we should not presume that clients will bend over just because a firm would like to enter into a multi-year contract to provide international service. The client clearly has to meet its own business needs. And if it so happens that the market basically works out the way it works out, that the contract needs to be entered into before December 15, 2026, then that is a situation. Number two, the effective date will make it very clear that early adoption is permitted. And in fact, we may well be advised, at least on the staff side, subject to the board's consideration, to basically develop an FAQ, which might basically point to this issue with a steer. It's not a requirement, but a steer for firms to have in mind that those provisions are going to come into effect in December 2026, and therefore, if they are contemplating multi-year contracts or arrangements, etc., they might well want to have regard to those new provisions that will come into effect. Thirdly, to Mark's earlier example of what the FRC has done in its ethical standard, the code itself has a requirement for accountants, auditors, to have regard to applying the requirements in the code, bear in mind the aim and the spirit of the code and the intent behind the requirement. It is in paragraph, those who are intent on really reading the precise wording of the code, it is in paragraph 100.8 A2. And what it says is complying with the code includes giving appropriate regard to the aim and the intent of the specific requirements. So all of this is to say is you have to bear in mind the spirit and not just the letter of the law, as it were. And that's been an important issue that the board addressed when it dealt with the role and mindset standard. And you know, we have Richard Fleck in here who actually chaired that project. So this is what is in the code already, and therefore it should be on the minds of firms anytime they apply the code. And in fact, and when I mentioned the FAQ, that might be a provision that we might well be advised to point firms to, so that they bear that in mind. So I think, you know, maybe to Jenny's question, I think there's, to my mind, there's enough guardrails in the code, but maybe there's something more that we can do beyond just this transition provision. And by the way, also, there is a point about consistency, because this transitional provision is consistent with what the board approved when it issued the revised NAS provisions. And therefore, any changes we might want to make here will run the risk of basically introducing a different sort of approach and a different thought process as to how do we deal with transition provisions regarding NAS. And maybe my final point also is to be sensitive to what stakeholders have asked us to bear in mind, which is that as these new standards come into effect, it's going to be important to allow practitioners sufficient time and sufficient accommodation to deal with all the changes, especially in relation to NAS. So I think there are a number of considerations to think about before we start to kind of poke at the wording. Maybe my final point, Gabriel, if I may, and I know I'm very conscious of time as well, but if Sylvia, if you could go to slide 42, and I just want to make sure that the board weighs in and really very explicitly. I don't know, slide 42, Sylvia? Can you go to? Oh, okay.
It's not moving.
So there's a question on this issue here, and really I think the comments that came from the exposure draft was for the board to consider whether bullet A in how we essentially explain the application of the self-review threat prohibition, whether the bullet A is appropriately scoped, because first of all, as you read in the leading to bullet A, it's scoped to the results of the service that will form part of or affect the records underlying the sustainability information. And the concern is we define sustainability information very broadly. If you go to the glossary, it is information about sustainability matters, and sustainability matters is anything that's has anything to do with sustainability. And therefore, the question for the board is the board comfortable that we are scoping the self-review threat to the results of any NAS that might impact the records of any sustainability information, even if it has nothing to do with the information that's subject to assurance. And that's
Which the firm will express an opinion.
that's the disclosures.
Yeah.
But the first part of bullet A is referring to the results of the service that form part or affect the records underlying this. It's not saying the records underlying the sustainability information on which the firm will express an opinion. And that's a question to the board as to whether the board would like this to be scoped very broadly to any information whose records might be impacted by the NAS.
And just to, sorry, just to add, it was the comment was that was raised that is really when we are determining the self-review threat, what should be the basis of that determination. And yeah, so in point A.
Does the board understand the question? So the question is at least the first part, and maybe the second part about internal control surveillance sustainability reporting is what it needs to be, because the internal controls basically address sustainability reporting as it is, and as will be required for purposes of reporting the sustainability information. But in terms of scoping the records underlying the sustainability information, that's speaking to any information, right? It's not just the sustainability information on which the firm will express an opinion. So the question is there sufficient clarity as to what is intended in addressing the self-review threat?
Well,
We can come back to that. I mean, I just want to
be
be sure the board
I think we
understands the
should, and it's,
question.
thank you, Ken, for raising that, because I think the board is probably comfortable because I'm taking silent as that, but it's important to be clear what's here and what we are scoping in, because to make sure that the comfort is expressed on the basis of full understanding of the proposal. Sylvia, I think that you want to.
No, I just wanted to say that this is a complex matter, and actually we covered that in the issues paper as well, explain the comments and what's the implications of keeping in or limiting. So if someone has any comments after the meeting, we are happy to take them email, because I recognize that this is something that takes a while to, but just to add that this is something that's included in the issues paper and explained. So we are happy to take comments, email as well on that point.
Okay, please do. And on the former topic, yes, after all these interventions, I realize that there may be need for some help and some additional material by FAQs or non-authoritative material on the transitional provision. But even if I personally see some risks there, I understand that changing it now can be, after not having exposed anything more stringent, can be complex. So I think that we can address that way. And I also am sensitive to the argument that this was what we have decided for NAS in financial statements. So with all these, I think that there is clear room to say something and to recommend or to whatever, because there are risks as we can see. But I think that we agree to leave it as is with some additional materials. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we really need to go and run.
Yep.
My ankle will not be happy. We will reconvene at
At 2:30.
2:30. Okay. Just inform that we are going to start because of the ones online. Yeah. So welcome back to the board. Before we go to the next topic in the agenda, Laurie and the Experts Task Force would like to share the product of some work with you. So it's going to be 5 or 10 minutes before we go into the work stream 2 full review. Okay. So
Hopefully 5.
Laurie.
Thanks. We're going to show to you right now. One is positioning of where things sit. We've moved those to improve the flow and the clarity and erase some of the confusion about whether there's a real prohibition or a backdoor still existing. So we've got those moves made. And then the second thing we did was also change some of the language to make sure we had clarity around the adequacy of performance issue. So those are the two big revisions. We run those by the IESB, and we're just back from a meeting with them. They've given comments. They agree with those changes. So we're realigned again, and we wanted to get that in front of this group to have a look at it to make sure before we proceed further that it starts to address those issues. Pam, I'm going to have you talk to both the placement and the language change.
Sure. So, thanks, Lori. So this was the paragraph within the original text 390.13A2 that was following, first of all, the conclusion, and then there was a A1 paragraph, A2 paragraph that pointed to the performance standards. So what we've done now is to split up the two bullets, A and B, and move them geographically within the text. So you'll see for bullet A, which essentially pointed readers to the performance standards, which indicate that CCO significantly affect whether or not the external expert's work is adequate for the accountant's purpose. That bullet now has been moved up front in the text to follow 390.3. So where you see the bottom part of this text here, so the second paragraph at the bottom, essentially now reads, this section sets out the requirements and application material relevant to applying the conceptual framework in relation to using the work of an external expert. And then we've essentially moved the bullet A to follow this first paragraph. So it really sets out the scope of this the section, what the section addresses, and what the performance standards address in relation to the external expert. So this is the first change, and this is really geography movement. And then for the bullet B, which was in relation to the implications for the engagement if the accountant determines that such work was not adequate. So again, there were two areas. One, we moved it into a new location. And secondly, we also clarified the wording to make it very explicitly clear what we were trying to address. So essentially, there's a new paragraph, 390.4A5, and this paragraph follows the scoping paragraph. We have a scope paragraph within the section that states what the section does not address. So this paragraph then states that, very explicitly states that this standard does not address the evaluation of the adequacy of the external expert's work for the purposes of a professional service undertaken by the accountant, and that such implications can be addressed by other professional standards. So we, as Lori mentioned, we just discussed this with the IESB team as well. They're okay with this amendments to the bridge on our end. So just want to pause here and see if there's any reactions from the board.
Okay, Laurie, no reactions?
No reaction.
Oh, sorry, Rania.
So the section that says if there is no CCO, then the practitioner will not use the work, shall not use the work.
That stays in the
That
same place
stays.
as always, yes.
So there is no contradiction, apparent contradiction.
No. Because, sorry, let me go back. If you remember what we were discussing yesterday, this paragraph was always intended just to say, we're not straying into the lane of work that is the adequacy of the performance of the work. That's the IEESB. But because of where we had it placed, it was confusing. So the the piece of the standard that discusses that if there's no CCO, we do not do the work remains in its section in our standard. This goes to the front of the standard to basically just say very clearly, so it's not confused over there with that, which I think there was some confusion. We're not dealing with adequacy of performance. That goes elsewhere. That's not in this standard.
Oh. Okay.
And that was the big exposure raft of comments we had, that we were straying into another lane, which is the performance standard. So we're just being clear that we're not going there.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah.
Rich and
think so,
Sungnam,
yeah.
does that help address your comment? And Rich, you had a location. Oh, we lost Rich.
Yeah.
Okay.
Christelle?
Christelle?
It does address my comment. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Rich. Okay. And Christelle?
Yes. I was, yesterday when we discussed that, I was puzzled by the usefulness of the B. So the new paragraph flows better, is clear cut, etc. But why do we have to address something that has no concern? Why do you feel it should be in the code and not, for example, in other types of frequent questions or whatever? I understand that there was confusion reported by the respondents, and that's what you tried to address. And that, but I'm just a little bit confused about why do you feel it's necessary within the code?
So I think, one, by moving it and making the language clear, I think
Yeah.
we've addressed the confusion part.
Yeah.
But I think on both the IAASB side and on the IESBA side, we both had a lot of exposure draft comments about you're dealing with pieces of a problem that is sort
Okay.
of like, right? What's the geometric thing?
Yeah. So you make the bridge
Concentric
here.
circles, yes.
Yeah.
You could tell I was really good at high school math. So what we've both done is this then, the
bridge.
retaining value is the signpost side, which says you need to go elsewhere for that. And IAASB has done the same. Say you go over to the code on ethics issues, because we felt both, given the number of comments that we both received, that the signpost element retained value. So, okay, does that help?
Yep.
Okay, very
Thank you.
good. All right, well, thank you, everyone. Great comments yesterday. We found it really helpful as a group, so.
Thank you very much to everyone, and Laurie in particular, and the staff. So, Christelle, do you still want to speak? Okay, Ken, please.
Thank you, Gabrielle. So before we move on to the workstream 2 session this afternoon, I just have a couple of announcements or messages, really. One is that we have a new staff fellow who's sitting at the back, and I just had a chance to say hi to Elaine. Elaine Cahoon, welcome to our board meeting. Very pleased to have you, and everybody, if you get a chance, just say hi to Elaine during the break. Welcome, Elaine. Secondly, just a reminder to all board members to speak a little bit at a higher pitch, because I'm receiving some messages at the back that people are not quite hearing sometimes when we speak too softly. So if you could speak a little bit louder, that's going to be good. And finally, maybe just in terms of cleanup procedures, again, just a reminder, especially during the break, if you get a chance to clear up your packages, your use cups, etc., so that will help with the tidying up at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken, and welcome, Elaine, because I wasn't aware that you had already arrived. Very welcome to the IESBA and to the board meeting. So with this, finally, we are going to go into the workstream 2 full review, which was planned for this morning, but for very understandable reasons, we needed to delay it a little bit. And without any other comments, thanking the workstream for the work done, I'm going to give the floor to Christelle.
Well, just a quick shot to say that it's Laura and John who are going to present today. So, thanks.
Thank you. If we could have the slides up on the screen, please. Thank you. Let me just start maybe by saying that we had arranged with Workstream 1 to switch the sessions for this
for today. Maybe we should have said it before. So we're going to have this full afternoon, the two sessions for workstream 2 for the non-coordination matters with the IESB, since we have already addressed the coordination matter yesterday. And so, like Christelle said, John and I will present the developments in terms of the proposals to the comments that we received to the exposure draft on both the assurance part of the ethics on the assurance proposed standards, and then the ethics for the reporting standards. And so that's the agenda for today. Basically, we're going to focus on 3 topics on each of the themes, and we're going to start with sustainability assurance. Just a comment. We will try to keep this as interesting as workstream 1. We have some value chain in the mix. So, yeah. So for the next couple of minutes, I would like to talk to you about questions 4, 6, and 7, 8 of the explanatory memorandum. And this is basically the scope, the proposed scope of the ethics standards, including an equivalent section 270 on pressure to breach the fundamental principles in the IESA, and then some topics related to non-compliance with laws and regulations. And so starting with the scope of the ethics standards, the question here, or maybe let's start with the proposal here, which was that the ethics standards in the IESA apply to all sustainability assurance engagements, not only, so those that include those that are also covered by the independent standards, but also those that are not covered by the independent standards. And besides all sustainability assurance engagements, these ethics standards would also apply to all other services that the sustainability assurance practitioner provides to the same sustainability assurance client. So as we can see, over a majority of respondents agreed with this proposal. And the question here is, do you agree with the proposed scope? So we have a majority of respondents agreeing. A few respondents, as you may recall from the discussions last year, we had 3 options. This was the middle ground option. We had a narrower option, just which would be to have the same scope as the independent standard. So just a certain part of the sustainability assurance engagements. And then we had a broader scope, which would be to cover all services provided to all clients. We had a few respondents supporting the narrowest option. And we had other respondents supporting the broader option. In terms of other comments, we had some respondents saying their caution, be careful, there might be an unlevel playing field because we're non-PAs are only encouraged and not required to apply Part 4B, such as the professional accountants are. We had also comments to suggesting to make the provisions on the scope more clear, because in their view, those provisions were worded in a way that implied that the application of the ethics sections in Part 5 were not always associated with the independence sections in Part 5. And also we had some respondents pointing out that certain non-PAs, for instance, lawyers or engineers, may be subject to other codes of conduct or codes of ethics that also rule how they should behave from an ethics standpoint. And so how has the workstream 2, how is the workstream 2 proposing to respond to these comments? Well, given, as you can see on the slide, given the broad support from the respondents for the proposal, our stance is to retain the scope for the ethics standards. So again, that they cover all sustainability assurance engagements, as well as other services that the practitioner provides to the same sustainability assurance client. As discussed last year, and as we had set out in the explanatory memorandum, the IESBA and the workstream 2 still agrees that the narrowest option would be insufficient from a public interest perspective. So scoping only a little bit of those sustainability assurance engagements on an ethics perspective. And on the other hand, the broadest option would be outside the IESBA's current remits, and so could raise some questions about that. Regarding the encouragement that we have also in the introductory standards for non-PAs being encouraged but not required to apply Part 4B, the task force believes that it's premature to require non-PAs to apply Part 4B to the sustainability assurance engagements that are not covered by the independent standards. And so, as we've discussed yesterday, there's a new project, or there's an intention to start a project that will make Part 4B equivalent, that will develop an equivalent Part 4B for sustainability assurance. And so until that new work commences, jurisdictions and practitioners are, of course, free to use and free to apply the independent standards that are set out in Part 4B, currently for PAs only. So regarding those comments from respondents, to make the scope or the paragraphs on scope more clear, because in their view, they were saying, well, from what the standards say, it seems like the sections for the ethics provisions, which is 5100 to 5390, it seems that they can apply without the ethics, the independence provisions, so sections 5400 to 5600. Well, this is actually true, because the proposed scope for the ethics standards is broader than the proposed scope for the independent standards. And so these respondents were interpreting the standards the right way, but the workstream 2 felt it maybe was necessary to make it even more clear. And so those are the revisions that we are proposing in those paragraphs that you can see on the slide, and which are also included in agenda item 2A, which, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention in this at the beginning, we are planning to do. So we'll do the presentation, the slide presentation for the assurance, for the reporting, and then we'll do a page turner section by section, as we have done previously before we approved DD. So for that comment that some respondents mentioned, saying that, that there are other codes of conduct that might apply to sustainability assurance practitioners who are not professional accountants. Again, for instance, for lawyers or for engineers. The workstream 2 discussed these comments, and we acknowledge that this is already the case. This already happens when, for instance, a firm employs a lawyer who is required then to apply both the IESBA code and the applicable legal professional code of conduct. And so it would be the same case for Part 5 for IESA, these non-PAs who would now be subject to both the IESA and their own codes of conduct. In any case, the workstream 2 felt it was necessary to clarify or to recognize explicitly this reality. And so we are proposing to add a new paragraph that you can see on the slide there. This new provision recognizes that other ethics codes may exist and they may apply to non-PAs. But what this new provision does not do is take a stance on which specific provisions should prevail. Regardless of whether it doesn't make it does not make a point or take a stance if the provisions that might exist in the IESBA code and those other codes of conduct they might be aligned, there might be a conflict between them. One may be more stringent than the other. The workstream 2 felt this is not for the code to decide. This is something that the practitioner should assess on a case-by-case basis in practice, looking at the issue in question and the provisions in question. So what we're doing here is just recognizing the existence, saying that they're both applicable, and then in the specific circumstances, the practitioner should make the assessment of which one should apply. And so I would pause here just to collect any comments regarding these proposals.
Thank you very much, Laura. Andy?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. On that last part, I'm not sure I understand when you say which one would apply. The way I read it is they both would apply and they'd have to comply with both of them. So it wouldn't be up for the practitioner to decide which one would prevail. I think they would decide to apply this code and maybe the other code. But so those were the words said to me, but it sounded a little bit different as you described it. And I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, my point exactly. So if there is more than one provision, then all of them should apply. But in case there is a conflict or one is more stringent than the other, what I was saying is it's not for this provision or this code to make a position and to decide which one should apply. So we're not saying you should apply both or the more stringent one, or in a conflict, the IESBA prevails, the IESBA code prevails. It's just a neutral provision saying there might be other codes, you need to comply with both.
So it's the most stringent of the two.
Yes, yes.
In a combination, mathematical combination, yeah?
Indeed, if you have to do 7 and ours says to do 5, you've complied with 5, or something like that. But, okay, I just want to make sure the words are that the people who purport to apply to this code are required to comply with our code. And if they have other professions, they may comply with those.
Yes.
But we don't have a say in that, of course.
Thank you, Andy. Maybe some clarification in the language may help, but we'll see. David, please.
Thank you. So I actually agree with Andy, and it was the last point I was making, I was thinking about as well. I think we should be clearer. We should say you're required to comply with the code and you may comply with additional professional requirements, because then I think it makes it very clear. Because I didn't actually read that you're required to comply with both. I thought it was vague enough that it could be open to interpretation. So I would suggest thinking about tightening that language a little bit more directly and making it clear there's an expectation. Plus, of course, they have their own professional obligation, just so there's no confusion.
The wording doesn't preclude from also complying, okay? Meaning we have our rules and our principles and you should comply with them. But if you have to comply with others, you should also comply with others.
Agreed. It was a topic that was debated actually quite heavily within the CFO community. And there was a lot of confusion because they viewed it as, well, hey, if you're an engineer, because I think actually that comment probably came from ICFOA, they actually talked about that specifically. If you're a lawyer, you have to agree to whatever the bar sets out. And the view was, well, is it in addition to, is it optional? So I think their view was make it clear what's expected. So they would have to comply with their profession. That's not even an option for most people who are registered.
Right.
So it's clarifying that you're also required to comply with IESBA if you're going to make an assertion under the IESBA code.
We put that on the reverse. If you are an SAP, you should be complying with the IESBA code, and you may also be required to comply with other ethics code.
Just realize that it's interpreted differently. So it's more just be aware of that and think about whether or not you want to wordsmith that a little bit.
Guidance or?
No, I think if I may, Christelle, I think that the wording here is correct.
Yeah.
But I think that we need to reinforce the clarity that the use of our code is not optional.
Correct.
Or an alternative.
Correct.
And if there are doubts, if it's not absolutely clear, I think that's very easy to reinforce this by saying something clear. It's not optional, or the code applies in any circumstances, irrespective of regardless of the necessary compliance with other codes or in
Yeah.
addition, something like
Yeah,
that.
but we don't want to come back to the discussion that we have in another part where you should comply unless the law and regulation forbid it, for example.
Yeah, no.
So
It's just that specific point. And then, Laura, if you could go back one slide, please. I think it was the slide before. Or maybe it was the one before where it was the application of the difference. Oh, that's the one where they were talking about the difference for non-PAs. I fully support what we've got here and I understand why we're doing it because of the strategic work plan. The one thing I would say is it's something we need to think about very quickly because again, there was a lot of conversation within the CFO community. And one of the things that came out, probably not going to surprise anyone around the table, it's, well, gee, I can go to a non-PA and it seems a whole lot easier. So I think if we really want to look at public interest, we need to close that loop fairly quickly.
Yeah.
That would be my other comment here. But otherwise, fully support why and how we just need to do it quickly.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to bring to the board's attention that there is already a requirement in Part 5 for the sustainability assurance practitioner to comply with this part. So we should make sure we're not deviating its requirement if the idea is to emphasize the imperative of complying with this part, because the requirement is already, like it's in paragraph of 5.100.6 in our text. So this requirement is already there and it doesn't need to be repeated. So we just have to bear that in mind as we're thinking about how to couch that message.
Yeah, I think when the workshop goes back to the committees, we'll, of course, we'll take that provision, we know it's already there. But I think to address David's point is perhaps we can look at how we make sure there's connectivity with that or
just tighten
it. Clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Or location, if it's nearer to the requirement.
Maybe near the 6.6. Okay.
Okay, any other comment? No, so thank you. Laura, back to you.
Okay. So going on to the next question or the next topic, which was question 6 of the explanatory memorandum, which is basically the use support, including section 52.7 in part 5. Why we had this question? Because if you recall, the equivalent, what we did in part 5 or in the IESBA was to, on the ethics part, was to focus on parts 1 and 3 of the code that focus on the relationship of a practitioner with their clients, since that is the focus of the sustainability project, which is providing a sustainability assurance engagement to a client. And so we focused on parts 1 and 3 of the code and tried to make them equivalent or try to develop an equivalent of those parts in part 5 in the IESBA. We left out part 2 of the code because part 2 applies to the professional accountants in business. And so it focuses on their relationship with the employing organization, not with clients. However, we also looked at all of those sections in part 2 and discussed in workstream 2 and then with the board, whether there were any sections in part 2 that were worth also including in part 5, although they didn't relate directly to the relationship between a practitioner and the client. And section 270 was one of those sections. It's a section that is focused on pressure on the practitioner to breach the fundamental principles. And as that section is developed, or it has been developed, it's about pressure that may come from every place, not only from the employing organization, hence being section 270 in part 2, but also from other sources, from including the clients. And so, and also the board felt that it was a section that further develops what we have in part 1 for the fundamental principles, and so it was worth including in part 5. So again, looking at the responses, we had a substantial body of respondents supporting including this section in the IESBA. 4 did not agree. It's a very small minority, but 4 of them did not agree. A few respondents suggested or considered that this section should have been scoped differently. And one of them suggested that the scope of the obligations in section 5270 should be limited to sustainability assurance engagements and not extend to the other services that the practitioner may provide to the same client. It's worth noting that this comment is related to the comment that we saw in the previous question saying there are other codes of conduct. So for some sustainability assurance practitioners who are not PAs. So, and for everything that does not relate to sustainability assurance engagements, those codes should prevail. That's why they were suggesting here to narrow the scope of this section. Then we had some suggestions to add some examples of pressure coming from the client, notably, so more specific to the sustainability areas, so regarding greenwashing, and also tailoring the examples to the specificities of sustainability assurance engagements, for instance, in terms of the scope of the service that is being provided. And then we had 2 respondents suggesting that there should be another section from part 2 that should also be included in part 5, which is section 230 on acting with sufficient expertise. These 2 respondents invoked that section 230 provides relevant guidance to the examples that we have in section 5270, and that it is important to have sufficient knowledge of the context of the sustainability information. So in terms of the task force or the workstream 2 views and proposals regarding these comments, regarding whether or not, regarding the question itself, so do you support including this section in IESBA? Given the broad support from respondents, the workstream 2 proposes to, yes, let's retain this section in part 5. Regarding the scope of this section, the workstream 2 also proposes retaining the proposed scope of this section, which is aligned with the proposed scope for the remaining ethics provisions in the IESBA. So again, applicable to all sustainability assurance engagements and all services provided to the same client. We recognize that there may be other codes of conduct applicable to some practitioners that will also apply to those other services. But the truth is, many sustainability assurance practitioners who are not PAs may not have other codes of conduct. And so the part 5 will be the only ethics standards applicable. So it's important that this section also applies. Regarding section, the discussion or the comments on an equivalent section 230, we also had this discussion with the board last year before we approved the ED. And the board agreed ultimately not to add an equivalent section 230 to part 5, because ultimately the board felt it was unnecessary because its provisions are essentially covered already by the fundamental principles of integrity and enough professional competence. And so the workstream 2 felt the comments made by the respondents regarding this point in particular did not change that discussion. And so we're proposing to retain that decision not to add an equivalent to 30. So in terms of, to address the comments that said that section 5270 mirrors a section that in the extant code applies to PAs in business. So part 2 of the code, the relationship with employing organization, and not PAs in public practice, which is part 3 with the relationship of the clients. are proposing to make revisions to this paragraph to make it more clear that having section 5270 in the IESA is connected with the relationship between the practitioner and the client. Going back, sorry. One of those 4 respondents that did not agree with including this section here said, well, it doesn't make sense that you're including a section from part 2 because that's a different scope, right? And what we're saying is we're not including it because it's in part 2. We're including it because this still relates to the relationship between the practitioner and the client. And so we're just tweaking this paragraph in section 5270 to put the sustainability assurance client first, and to make it clear that pressure may come from this entity, and then, but it also recognizes that it may come from other sources, from the firm, for example, a colleague or a superior, or another external organization or individual. And then we're also proposing to address the comments that ask for further examples of pressure relating to the client and relating to the service itself. We're proposing to add 2 examples of pressure, which were actually suggested by one of the respondents. So pressure coming from the sustainability assurance client in particular, and also focused on the scope of the service that is being provided. And I would stop here to collect comments regarding these proposals.
Thank you, Laura. David, please.
Thank you. Can we go back 2 slides, Laura? Just thank you, so it's easier to reference. It's a very small thing. Where you have pressure, I probably would say maybe, just because you've got might twice in a sentence, it's a very small thing. But after the second might, say, for example, just so anyone reading it doesn't think it's exhaustive, because as things evolve, there might be pressures coming from areas we're not anticipating today. So I would just, to make it a little more clear, it's not meant to be exhaustive, just illustrative. So that's just a very small thing. Then on the next slide, thank you. Just a question for clarification from my perspective. So pressure from a sustainability assurance client to inappropriately alter the scope. When I think of this, I think about it more to inappropriately alter the results of what they're finding, because it's about what you present, not about the scope of the audit. So I was just wondering, is perhaps a more helpful example one that shows that really when there's pressure coming is to say, well, I want you to present the results this way. I want you to agree the way I'm framing the results is in fact correct, as opposed to the scope. That was the one thing that struck me there. And there was a second one, I think, as well. Maybe others have a different perspective, but it seemed to me it's more about results versus scope. Thank you.
Yeah. The example proposed by the respondent was interesting because it seems evident that there might be pressure to alter your perception or analysis or conclusion on a sustainability information. And we have examples about that. It was more tricky to say that, for example, the client might cut in piece the sustainability mission in order to manage the outcome, global outcome of that, right? So the scope was an interesting point that added some reflection. That's why, and not so evident. And that's why we felt it was an interesting proposition compared to altering your conclusion on the accurateness of a data, which is addressed in other part of the examples, in other examples.
I see both the points.
Sorry?
I see your point and I see David's point. So why not, and this is a suggestion, leave the scope and add the result like, so that we cover both situations. Because the truth is that, I mean, we can be very diplomatic and very light touch, but the final objective may many times be to change the result of the sustainability engagement. So, I mean, I understand that you don't want to say it.
I park the suggestion. I want to come back to you, and if we can demonstrate that we addressed that pressure, that's risk, etc. In another example, we will come back to you on that. Yeah. Okay. If in substance we addressed the risk, it would be, I don't know if it's worth saying twice the same example. That's my point.
Maybe I would just add for me, it's maybe less about mitigating the risk. It's just making it understandable. So people understand illustratively, what do we mean? What are the kinds of pressures that can happen?
Pressure. Okay.
Okay. Amajit, please.
My point was similar actually. So I think we can be more direct. So I even tried to draft something. So let me first explain before we come to the draft. The point is, if there is a pressure to label something as sustainable, whereas actually it is not sustainable. It could be a product, it could be a service, it could be any outcome, right? There could be a pressure from the client on the practitioner to compromise on his due diligence to deliver something which is not exactly sustainable and still call it sustainable. So we need to be more direct there, I think, just to make the connect.
Okay, right. So same way. We'll come back to you and try to see if the other examples that I have in memory are answering to these. Because it sounds.
Font, I can just share it with you. So I'll just read it out. This first language remains the same. Pressure from a sustainability assurance client to inappropriately reduce the extent of due diligence work needed to attach a sustainable label to a product, project, or a program. I can share it.
That's assurance performance, but it is client pressure. Okay.
Well, okay, thank you. I think that it's clear that the comments have to be more clear and direct about what can be the purpose of this pressure. So you'll work on that. Chana, please.
So my comment is the same as David and Amajit, that we are talking about, the scope issue and assumptions, but generally where the rubber hits the road is on the reporting. And I mean, ASIC in Australia is taking action against, statements made, and they have recently won a case against Vanguard as well. So it's the reporting part that we need also to have an example.
Okay. Can I just add something regarding these points? Because a second phase of this project is also developing equivalent reporting standards for non-PAs. So I'm just not sure if we're getting ahead of if we focus too much on examples outside the sustainability assurance, and so for those other services that may be provided to the same client, if we're already stepping into that second phase of the project. But
I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I don't think this was the objective, but Mark, please.
So I suppose in a similar vein, I was looking at it from the perspective of what's this driving? It's driving greenwashing. And actually it happens for not necessarily just a single reason. It can be a multiplicity of things coming together to skew the way in which a company might present its state of affairs. So although the examples in themselves are helpful, I think where they come together with other things, it's more powerful because it's helping to illustrate that actually it might not be a single issue. It's actually a broader challenge of greenwashing, how you identify it and how we need to ensure that those who use the IESBA are well supported in addressing that.
Yeah, and as workstream 2 takes the feedback for further reflection, maybe I'd ask workstream 2 to see how the input that board members are providing would interact with the bullet point that comes immediately above, which I'm just trying to look up the text here, but I believe it refers to the preparation or presentation of the sustainability information. So, I just ask workstream to really to think carefully about whether we're addressing the concepts of sufficient expertise and due care in developing the example, because if the example is not speaking to those issues, then those examples will be out of place, right? And if it's more about the presentation and the manipulation of the information that's presented, that's a different matter. So just I would just put a word of caution there as to how you going to take on board that feedback.
Okay, so any other comment? Laura, back.
We couldn't go to the NOCLAR related questions now. So we have two questions on NOCLAR. The first one is related to the proposals that we made in parts 5 and 3, and then to mirror we made some changes or proposals in part 5, and then we propose to mirror those changes in part 3. And this is this question, and then we'll go to question 8 that relates to the proposals that we made in part 2 of the code for the professional accountants in business. So question 7 asks respondents, so do you support the provisions that were added in the Accent Code and in part 5 for the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner to consider communicating actual or suspected NOCLAR to each other? And we have here, again, a substantial body of respondents supporting the ED proposals. There were some mixed views. So just to remind the board, some of the topics that we'll see here today were already discussed back in June, and this is one of them. So there were some mixed views regarding the communication of NOCLAR between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor. There were also comments on the list of factors when considering the communication of NOCLAR to the other party. There were comments on whether NOCLAR should be also communicated not only to the auditor, but also to other sustainability assurance practitioners who are providing similar kinds of services. And there were some comments relating to practical challenges in terms of applying the regime, especially focused on the coordination between the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner when addressing NOCLAR. And finally, as I promised, there were some comments on NOCLAR in the value chain, which the board also talked about in June. Okay, so let's talk about one of the topics that we discussed back in June, which is the requirements around the communication of a situation of non-compliance with laws and regulations between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor. The proposal that we made in the exposure draft was for this bilateral communication to be a requirement to consider communication. So it wasn't a strict requirement to communicate, but to consider communicate subject to a list of factors, NOCLAR between those practitioners. As we discussed in June, there were some mixed views. Some respondents, especially from the regulatory community, preferred more stringent requirements, and so a straightforward requirement to communicate. And this is understood because it's much easier to monitor and to enforce this requirement if it's a straightforward communication. And then we had, on the other side of the spectrum, we had respondents saying, this should not even be a requirement. This should only be application material. So we don't even want to be required to consider communicating. we had the discussion in June, and per the IESBA strategic direction in that meeting, the work stream 2 is now making a proposal that is consistent with the extant code. So for the situation when a professional accounting is performing a non-assurance service and communicates an instance of no-CLAR to the auditor, there are two requirements, basically, depending on whether the practitioners are in the same firm or network firm or different firms/network firms. And so if the practitioners, so the proposal that we have now on the table is equivalent to the extant code, and if the practitioners, the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor, if they belong to the same firm, then there is a requirement for them to communicate no-CLAR to each other. However, if they belong to the same network firm or to different firms or network firms, then we are retaining the requirement to consider communicating no-CLAR to each other, subject to the list of factors. Like we see on the slides, in both cases, both the requirement to communicate and the requirement to consider communicating is only if permitted by law and regulation. So the IESBA code will not prevail over law and regulation. It's whether the communication is made, it should also be made in accordance with internal protocols or procedures if there are any of the firm or of the network firm. And like I said, the consideration to communicate is subject to relevant factors. So the workstream 2 believes this proposal is a middle ground between the support from a large body of respondents for the ED proposal and also the suggestion from non-supporting respondents to turn the proposed requirements into application material. Like I said, it takes into consideration the regulatory perspective of oversight and enforcement, which is facilitated by the existence of the requirement to communicate. But it also considers that the fact that when we look at the requirement to consider communication, there is also a requirement there is a provision on documentation at the end of the no-CLAR regime that makes it that the judgments made by the practitioners when considering communicating should be documented. And so being documented, it's also a way for regulatory authorities to oversee and monitor the compliance with the requirement to consider communicating. It also takes this two-pronged approach, also considers the practical or the legal challenges that practitioners may face when attempting to communicate with a provider of a different service, because we're talking about sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor that may work outside their firm. And it's also worth noting that those practical or legal challenges may significantly increase if the other practitioner's firm is located in a different jurisdiction. So hence why we're not just requiring communication in all situations. Preserving, in a way, the requirement to consider communicating no-CLAR is also aligned with the no-CLAR premise that the primary responsibility for dealing with these situations lies with the entity, so lies with management and those charged with governance. It doesn't put an extreme onus on the practitioner to having to communicate it to third parties. And also recognizes this proposal that extending the requirement to communicate in all instances could risk overloading the practitioner that is receiving the communication with information whose relevance they would need to assess. Again, when the primary responsibility for doing that lies with the entity itself. And so this is a proposal that we're making for both part 5 and part 3. So the bilateral communication between auditor and sustainability assurance practitioner. So this is basically the proposed provisions. So putting this into words, this that I just said into words, this is how the provisions look like in part 5. So we have first the requirement to communicate, and the first words are unless prohibited from doing so by law and regulation. And we have the reference to when they belong to the same firm at the end of the fourth line. And again, the reference to the firm's protocols or procedures that should be observed. And then on the second, on the bottom of the slide, we have the provision on the requirement to consider communicating when they belong to the same network firm, and again, the reference to the internal procedures and protocols, or B, when they belong to different firms or network firms. And this second paragraph has to be read in conjunction with the list of factors that we'll see in a moment. This is in part 5, the provisions in part 5. We have exactly the same provisions in part 3, except for that little word group that we have in both provisions. And this is related to the changes that the workstream 1 has proposed to the component definition in the glossary, and the fact that we have group components and value chain components. And so since we are talking about, so we are in part 3 where the auditor has to communicate or is required to communicate / consider communicating with the sustainability assurance practitioner. And we're talking about a component of a sustainability assurance client, and we have this division between group components and value chain components. And if we don't have that word group there, we would be talking about all components, which would be group components and value chain components. And so what the workstream 2 believed is that if we don't have that word there that limits the scope of the component, this scenario could be disproportionate and inoperable, considering that the sustainability information of a certain entity may be, sustainability information of a value chain component may be used by several entities, and so it would broaden the universe too much, hence the proposal. So we can look now at the list of factors that is attached to the requirement to consider communicating. We received a couple of comments here, but before going there, I would just like to note the first bullet there, because it's the requirement to consider communication is always subject to law or regulation, whether the local law or regulation allows it. And that's the first bullet. Regarding the changes that we are proposing, which are just to delete those 2 bullets. Why are we suggesting that? The first one, if you look at that bullet, it says whether the purpose of the engagement is to investigate potential non-compliance within the client to enable it to take appropriate action. Well, we realize that this bullet is actually not applicable because these provisions are included in the section of NOCLAR that deals when the auditor is providing an audit engagement, or in part 3, or in part 5, when the sustainability assurance practitioner is providing a sustainability assurance engagement. Therefore, the purpose of the engagement will never be to investigate potential non-compliance within the client. The purpose of the engagement will always be either the audit or the sustainability assurance engagement. So we realized this bullet is actually not applicable, so it's not relevant here. The last one relates to, this was something that we had added to the list of factors that we had previously in the codes, and makes references to the internal protocols or procedures to make the communication. And as I've mentioned before, we have included this reference in the requirements themselves, so we don't need to duplicate this factor here. And again, these are examples of factors to be considered. They're not exhaustive, and there might be others. Okay, so going on to a different provision, the work stream 2 is still relating to the communication between practitioner and sustainability assurance practitioner and auditor. We are proposing to add a new application material in this paragraph here to clarify that the discussions between the sustainability assurance practitioner and the auditor, it's the sustainability assurance practitioner and the management, or those charged with governance, are the appropriate forum for the practitioner to expressly indicate the potential relevance of the NOCLAR situation for the audit of the financial statements, and thus that it would be appropriate for management and those charged with governance to address this matter with the auditor. We believe that this new application material contributes to the NOCLAR situation that is identified by the sustainability assurance practitioner being effectively communicated to the auditor through the normal channels, so through management or those charged with governance. It's worth noting here that, again, like I said, the entity and not the sustainability practitioner is primarily responsible for addressing NOCLAR, and therefore any communication of NOCLAR to third parties, such as the auditor, should be made first by the entity. As we discussed last year and as we had explained in the explanatory memorandum, sustainability assurance practitioners should not be required to determine the materiality of the NOCLAR situation to the audit of the financial statements, especially sustainability assurance practitioners who are not professional accountants. They may not have that kind of expertise, especially if they're not familiar with integrated reporting. So it would be too onerous to require them to assess the materiality of the NOCLAR situation before communicating it. The reasonable expectation from the sustainability assurance practitioner is actually to identify the matter with the entity, with management and those charged with governance, so that they can assess together with the auditor if it's material or not. And we have this application material for the sustainability assurance practitioner to remind management or those charged with governance that there's an NOCLAR situation, they're responsible to communicating it. If the entity does not communicate it, then we have in the list of factors that I just showed that now last bullet that is not stricken through. So one of the relevant factors is for the communication to happen is whether the entity has not communicated the matter. So we added this application material. If the entity does not communicate it, then we have the fallback situation of having the sustainability assurance practitioner communicating it to the auditor. As mentioned in the slide, we are just proposing to include this in part 5, not in part 3 for now, because there is an expectation that professional accountants who are applying part 3 are more familiar with the NOCLAR regime and thus are more aware that the primary responsibility to address and communicating NOCLAR lies with the entity. And we believe that possible amendments to the Accent Code, Part 3, could potentially be considered by the boards under the NOCLAR post-implementation review. I'm also going to use this provision here that we are proposing to address another comment that we received during the exposure period regarding communication not only to the auditor, but also to other sustainability assurance practitioners who are providing also a sustainability assurance engagement that is subject to the independent standards, because that's what we're talking about here. Because even though the IESBA, before approving the ED, discussed this matter and eventually decided not to expand, not to require communication to those sustainability assurance practitioners, because this would be more aligned with the public interest framework characteristics of the clarity and conciseness of the standards, their scalability over time, their implementability, their enforceability. The board agreed that a phased approach here would be preferable, just to tackle one issue at a time, considering that part 5 is already quite long and complex, especially for non-PAs who are not familiar with the code. And so even though this was IESBA's decision, we received a few comments saying that, or a few respondents saying that it would also be important for the other SAPs to know about no-CLAR situations. So considering both the IESBA's decision pre-ED and these comments, we took advantage of this provision to also include those other sustainability assurance practitioners, if there are any. So if you look at the provision, we have the application material for the sustainability assurance practitioner to remind the entity of their responsibility to inform third parties. And we have 2 examples, including the auditor and or any other sustainability assurance practitioners who are performing an engagement within the scope of the independent standards. So this was the way to cover the other practitioners, the other sustainability practitioners. I promise this is the final slide on question 7. We have to address the last 2 comments that we had in the first slide, the practical challenges regarding the coordination between the 2 practitioners and the no-CLAR in the value chain. So focusing on the first topic, we also discussed this in June, in the last meeting in June. We had a couple of respondents saying that, mirroring no-CLAR regimes for sustainability assurance practitioners in part 5 and for auditors in part 3, this might create a risk of inconsistent or duplicated reporting to management or those charged with governance, or inconsistent or duplicated determination of whether to disclose the matter to, for instance, an appropriate authority, especially if the practitioners belong to different firms or different networks. And so to address these comments, the workstream 2 is proposing to add application material both in parts 3 and 5, highlighting that the purpose of the communication is also for the practitioners to discuss and coordinate to the extent necessary the relevant actions that they need to undertake pursuant to the no-CLAR regime. And we discussed this on a preliminary basis in June, and the IESBA was supportive of this approach. This is the wording that we came up with. And regarding the no-CLAR in the value chain, at the June meeting, the IESBA also supported the workstream 2's preliminary proposal not to include value chain entities in the no-CLAR regime in part 5, so in the IESA. Because the condition that was suggested by one of the respondents making this suggestion, which was to extend the no-CLAR regime to value chain entities when this is relevant for the purpose of ultimately assessing the compliance of the value chain related disclosure of the client with the applicable sustainability reporting requirements, seems too broad, seems rather complex, could create practical challenges and unintended consequences when the practitioner tries to retrieve information from the value chain entity. In addition, we also have a provision in part 5 providing for or allowing the application of the no-CLAR regime when dealing with non-compliance in the value chain, even though they're not explicitly scoped in. The provision says we recognize there might be no-CLAR in the value chain, and these provisions might help you address that. And again, we thought that a phased approach for complex matters such as NOCLAR and such as value chain could be a preferable approach. And this was an idea that respondents actually supported regarding not the NOCLAR regime, but the IS as a whole to take step by step and a phased approach where possible. In any case, the workstream 2 considers that this proposal recognizes not scoping in the explicitly the value chain entities. This recognizes the practical difficulties in this area and the need for the sustainability market to mature, and therefore the benefit of revisiting the IESBA standards at a later stage. It does not mean, however, that the sustainability assurance practitioners should simply ignore when they have identified actual or suspected NOCLAR in the value chain. As I mentioned, the NOCLAR regime acknowledges that its provisions can be used for those situations. And I would now pause here to select some feedback.
Thank you very much, Laura. Mark Babington.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. My comment is perhaps a slightly more obscure one, and it may be that Ken puts me right on this rather than you, Laura. But through meetings with the IESBA, one of the things that caused an enormous amount of heat and concern was the use of the term "shall consider," and a lot of the discussions in standard setting have been you either have shall or you have consider, and shall consider creates a sort of contradictory position. And whilst in principle I don't sort of disagree with where the task force has got to in terms of its recommendation to the board, the use of the term "shall consider" is a bit like sort of asking Andy what he thinks about ISA 600, and so I wonder whether there is any alternative formulation, because I just see it as a sort of inherently contradictory requirement.
Thank you, Mark. I think that might open a great big discussion, but maybe we'll get there. David, please.
Thank you. So I would say, first of all, I think you've done a really thorough job in terms of looking at this. I can absolutely understand where the regulator's coming from, because for them, they're looking about public interest, and for them, why would there be a difference whether the two assurance providers are within one firm or not? And I think when I'm reflecting on that, one of the things that I think I still struggle with, and to be fair, I may be the only one relative to everyone else, but I struggle with the idea of there being a difference as well. I think it's right that an assurance provider needs to consider communication, and all of the rationale that you've outlined is absolutely right, because there's confidentiality, there's all of those things. But I really don't understand why we wouldn't apply the same principle when it's two separate assurance providers within the same firm, which might be, for example, the UK and China, or it might be Germany and Spain. So it actually might even cross borders. Why there'd be a requirement there, which actually could still conflict with law, to be honest. So if the second assurance providers in China, there's probably quite a different set of requirements around what data could be shared, even within the firm. So part of me, as I'm reflecting, says, wouldn't it make more sense that we would apply the same consideration criteria consistently, irrespective of one network firm or not, or we say the requirement would apply whether you're within one firm or not? So it's kind of, I don't really mind which way we would look at it. I personally just really struggle to understand the different criteria within one firm. Even though I think it's better, I still think there's a conflict. And I wonder if potentially it might create an unintended consequence around how organizations structure their assurance engagements to optimize positions, and are we potentially contributing something we might not be thinking about yet? So that was just my observation around NOCLAR. Otherwise, I like what you guys have done.
Let me just ask David to make it absolutely clear. your problem is about having two different approaches to these two different situations.
Yes.
You wouldn't mind having one or the other
Correct,
consistently.
correct.
Okay.
It's the consistency that I
Okay.
struggle with.
Okay. So just to make clear that I have understood
Thank you.
your position. Andy, please.
Thank you. So, no, never mind. And so this might be another a drafting drafting that I'm not, I tried to research it, but I'll just share it. It's the new language added to 53600.11A1. It's slide 20. Yeah, this one. I tried, this addresses management's responsibility to inform relevant parties. And I thought it was a little off limits for us to specifically identify what management's responsibilities are. So I tried to find, other ones. I mean, I know we can't assume management responsibilities, and so we do discuss management responsibilities, but this identifies it kind of a little bit of a clever sort of way of not asking management to inform other parties, but reminding them they have these responsibilities. And I'm just not sure if we have the authority in our ethic code to identify those as management responsibilities. And I don't disagree that they should do this. This is really more of a drafting convention. And I think the outcome is we want management to make these communications. And so the reminder is you need to do that. And so, I mean, obviously another way of doing it is to request management of those charged with governance to communicate. And that then elevates things to, if they don't communicate, then we have to have a remedial action. Not that that might be anything wrong with that, by the way, in these situations, because these are some pretty touchy situations to deal with. So anyway, I just wanted the task force to have that issue of, the end goal is to have the communication. I agree. Is there a more direct way we can do it? And can we mention management responsibilities?
Thank you, Andy. Laurie, please.
I sort of agree with your point, Andy. I'm okay with this provision actually here. I mean, we struggled with this a little on the tax stand. I know what you're thinking because you were on the task force with me. And we did include, here's what the PA's responsibility and here's what management's responsibility is. Because, right, otherwise the PA or the assurance provider gets strung up for everything, right? So making it clear that there is a role, I think is important. Maybe there's a way to do that in the code. Look at the tax provision. I'll send you what that is. We just divided it out as a reminder of what management's various responsibilities were. So it might just be a language issue, but I'm fine with it being in there actually, because I don't think we can avoid it. And we had that big debate on tax as well. So.
Okay. Thank you, Laurie. Yohai?
Thank you, Chair. My point is related to the Mark's point that shall communicate but consider communicating. And my point is there's a concern that the shall consider will be interpreted as an optional requirement and consistent practices will not be followed. And this is related to the David point, but the same level of assurance should be provided whether the sub and with from the same firm or not different firms. And in this context, the intent of the provisions, if you differentiate the provisions, the intent of the provisions should be sufficiently explained so that they are not interpreted as an optional if they belong to the different firms. This is my point.
Thank you, Yohai. Rania, please.
Thank you. So I have two questions. First, on Mark's point, which is shall consider. My understanding, or is the implication that there consideration should be given to this and documented. I mean, the outcome of such consideration should be documented. Okay, so yep. So that's. I mean, perhaps that could be clarified, maybe in the. In some additional materials or one point. And then the other thing is, So somewhere in your presentation, I mean, when we're talking about communicating, no clar, at one point you use the term allowed by the regulation, law or regulation. And in the language, the drafting language, it is said, it says unless prohibited. And I think there's an important distinction. I mean, sometimes the law could be silent. So first of all, we should be clear on whether we want the law to be explicit about this. So which is it? You get my point? So like when you were presenting in the slides, if you go back in the slides, at one point you said the law should, if the law allows it or permits it. But then in the narrative, it says unless prohibited. And I think we should be clear on what it is that we are actually expecting or requiring.
Personally, but I please, the other workstream team members interject. We are talking about a requirement, right? Either to communicate or to consider to communicate. And so this is something that needs to be done unless it's prohibited by law. Maybe the issue was in the previous slide when it says allowed or permitted by law, because I think the wording is.
So basically what your intention is unless it is prohibited by law. But I think we should consider situations where the law might be, actually the written laws might be silent. And sometimes, in some jurisdictions, unwritten law or general consensus or general practices might prevail. And so, I mean, this is just something for you to consider, whether you want it to be specifically, prohibited, but very explicitly prohibited by law.
Yeah. If there's no prohibition,
yeah,
it has to be done. You have to consider all the elements.
Yeah.
To communicate.
Yeah.
You're not forbidden by law, so you pursue your analysis.
Yeah. No, I understand, but what
so what about the cases where in a jurisdiction it's nor prohibited nor required?
No,
well,
yeah.
Yeah, you consider, you
Yeah.
have a list of points to go through to consider if it's.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that I think we should keep in mind that there are certain jurisdictions where, I mean, part of the law, I mean, some things that are just considered, general practices, they are not necessarily written. So there are like unwritten laws or general consensus or practices. So
This unwritten law is still law.
Common law, yeah,
So it's prohibited by that unwritten law.
Yeah.
So I think this qualifier is what we have to cover that.
All I'm saying is, I see your point. All I'm saying is that it might be confusing. I mean, just to keep that in mind, that it might come across as confusing. I mean, all I'm saying is that there are some important nuances. I'm not suggesting any particular direction. I don't have an answer to this. All I'm saying is that just to keep in mind that, first of all, the law might be silent, so it might not prohibit it, but not necessarily allow it. That's one point to consider. And another thing is that prohibitions typically are like prohibited in writing, in written laws, but sometimes there are certain general practices in certain jurisdictions, or like unwritten laws or agreed upon practices, and they are very much part of the way things are done.
But if you feel confident, that in your jurisdiction, the practice is not to communicate because it's general practice, and you are enough confident that nobody's going to sue you on that interpretation, you take your professional responsibility. But the first line that we want to say is unless prohibited, and then you continue to analyze what are the triggering events that should put you in a situation to more communicate than not.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with the spirit of what's written. All I'm saying is that in practice, there might be different
Yes,
interpretations.
but it might
and
have a lot of implication in
And
the
this
code.
comes already from the NOCLAR.
Yes, yes. We
The
are
existing NOCLAR
blind to the
regime.
extent.
This is what for financial, in the area of
Yeah.
financial statement, other areas, it's already the basis. Now, I recognize that in different jurisdictions, the prohibitions may be set in a different ways.
Wait.
But as Jeff was saying, in one way or the other, it ends up being laws and regulations. It's a prohibition. So I don't think that we can say it another way, because if we say, or the practice is not to disclose, then it's open to any kind of interpretation and any kind of justification. So I think that understanding what you're saying, I think that we can't at this stage, and to make it consistent to what already is in the code, and it's not a formal argument. Okay, Laura.
If I can just add, I think this is something, it's a communication that is for the public interest, right? We're putting two practitioners in communication because of a situation of non-compliance with laws and regulations. That might be important to either one of their engagements or both of their engagements. And we're requiring this communication to happen. So unless there's a strong reason for it not to happen, which is a prohibition in laws or regulations, I think the principle here is this communication should happen.
Okay, thank you, Laura. I might have some comments also, but I'm gonna let the board members start speak before. Amajit.
So let me first say I'm comfortable with keeping the value chain entities out of the NOCLAR regime. That is fine. You can take a phased approach. But what I'm not comfortable with, or rather, having worked with the regulators for long, my regulatory mind is not accepting this shall consider whether to communicate. So see, it's against the basic principle of transparency and accountability, and regulators will just not like it. See, the implication of it potentially would be some risk would get hidden somewhere, and it may have cross-border impacts. It may have impacts within the same jurisdiction. So unless there are very compelling reasons not to disclose, perhaps there should be a requirement to disclose. But I do understand the comments that you've got, and broadly people are not willing for this kind of sharing of information. So I would perhaps think that in case there is some information which is considered to be communicated, but the decision has been taken not to communicate. At least it should be recorded, as Rania said, it should be documented that it was considered, and maybe a disclosure to that effect that, look, there was something which we decided not to disclose for A, B, C reasons.
So where would you disclose such things?
No, I mean, maybe if you are listed, you disclose it to the stock exchange because it affects shareholders.
So I remind you that the NOCLAR is non-compliance or suspected non-compliance, where you don't investigate as a professional, you just report to the management that they should investigate if it is, and to what extent it is a non-compliance, and how they should treat it. Yes? So I would expect that if it is a big scandal and you have, a green face but black intention in front of you, you will consider how to make sure to share the burden, right? I remind you that in the factors we finish by you have to document. Yeah,
But
it has to be documented, and that's why Laura said for a regulator, this kind of documentation should be accessible and challenged if meant. But the NOCLAR was, as Ken said during our two last boards, was a very long process, very sensitive, very much impacted by different laws, regulation, practices, etc. So in fact, to answer to the comments, we went back to the closest possible to the extent code. So there was one thing that we didn't get, was that it is already required to communicate for the auditor when it is the same firm. Okay, that's a nice answer, and we can go there. The second was about the vice versa communication, which was another aspect, and I think we reached the right level of requirement. Now, the exclusion of the value chain was by how would I say that in the extent code, you're not required to communicate on a NOCLA you identify in a third party. So it was just, okay, we continue that. So it's, so there, we went through this, through the different boards over those months of work with you. And so there were quite consistent reason of why we end up. We have respondents more in the regulation that won't clear cut, communicate, okay? And we have the professional who see the burden of being required to communicate, even if you don't know if it's real, you don't know the size of the problem, you're not equipped to assess further, etc., and you are required to communicate.
And just, sorry to interrupt you, just one point there. Yeah.
To the auditor, not to the management, you deliver, of course, yes.
So my point was how risky it is to leave the discretion with the practitioner. In terms of, he uses his discretion.
It is already the case for the auditor to communicate, yes? It is already some, so you exercise professional judgment, you go through the list of points to be considered in your reasoning, you write down your reasoning for concluding that you are going to communicate to and to whom, or you're not going to communicate. And yeah, that was the position we took, to be as close as possible to the extent code. When there was some additional material to be considered because of the sustainability, to consider it, and then the SIP versus auditor, vice versa, this we considered it also as a specificity for part 5.
Okay, we still have a few people, we are a bit late, sorry. Yeah, I know, but there was, I think, Chana, the next one, but I'd ask you please to be as to the point as possible, otherwise we will break and resume the conversation afterwards to not to preclude any board member from saying what they want to say. Don't take this comment as don't say nothing. This is probably one of the most important topics in workstream to work, a very important one, and I'll have my own comments at the end, but just to avoid the too much. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. I have one point which I'll come to at the end, just to address some of the other comments. I think we have to keep in mind that these NOCLA provisions are currently working for the external audit process. So we should keep as close to that as possible. I understand David's point about communication within the same firm versus another firm. I mean, having sort of lived through at the national level of the NOCLA process, who Ken had to do it at a global level. I wouldn't change it just now. I would just wait for the post-implementation review and see what comes out of the post-implementation review. So overall, I'm sort of comfortable with where the work stream has landed. I have one point, it's in, and this could be my understanding. So right at the beginning in 5363, if I can get to that, it says a sustainability assurance practitioner might encounter or be made aware of non-compliance or suspected non-compliance in the course of providing a professional service. So that sort of tells me that, you can provide a sustainability assurance service as well as any other service. But then I come back to 18 and I'm a bit confused with the deletion. In 18B, the third bullet.
What was this? Can you read this? There was a C, you mean?
18B, the third bullet.
It should be A1.
That's A1.
Oh, yes, it's here. No, it's here. So you mean the last point here deleted?
No, the third one.
The third one, yes, okay.
Because they can provide another service.
Yeah, if I can answer that question. So yes, so the first paragraph that you read applies to sustainability assurance engagements and other service, but when we go further down the regime, there's a distinction between what are the procedures that apply to sustainability assurance practitioners providing sustainability assurance engagement that is covered by the independent standards. And this is where this comes in, where these provisions
So this
come
is
in.
only related to sustainability assurance.
Engagements that are covered by the independence provisions, because those are the equivalent to the audit engagements. And so these provisions and this section is the equivalent to the one that we have in part 3 for the audits. And then we have a separate subsection with the provision applicable to other sustainability assurance engagements and the other services.
Okay.
Rich, please.
And thank you. About the concept of shall consider or thing like that, I don't find it very different from what is it now in the extant code at point 360.17. Basically, it's the same situation. Probably what it is missing, but I think that we can stay where we are. What it is missing is the reason behind shall consider. In the extant code, is pretty clear that if the group engagement partner becomes aware of non-compliance, pattern non-compliance, that could be relevant for certain components or certain group audit leader, then it should take step, not in order to directly communicate, but should take step for the communication to be sent or to be delivered, that could be directly or indirectly to the relevant audit partner. So shall consider is not a brand new concept. It is probably behind them. I don't know. I was not the one writing it, but probably behind this concept, there is this concept of relevance. If it is relevant, I think that would be difficult not to communicate. So if we are using the same approach of the extant code, I'm fine. And I agree with Shanna. I will not change at all the extant code because it is not the time.
Okay.
We're going to look at, we're going to take back this question of, did we address the question of relevance that you pointed out? Right.
Okay, thank you, Christelle. Rich, please.
Yeah, some of my comments have been made. I would point out just in the concept of using shall consider, it's embedded in the extant code in 5 sections unrelated to NOCLAR besides what's in NOCLAR. So I think that phrase has been long used in the code. As it relates to this last point, I just note that I believe we should be constrained by what is in the extant code in NOCLAR. Otherwise, we need to amend that, and that was not within the scope of this project and was not exposed. So I think we have to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. And finally, Sadia.
So similarly, a lot of my input has already been raised, but very quickly, I do think we should wait for the post-implementation review to go beyond, like value chain. Has there been concerns about suppliers and customers that you might have uncovered? The post-implementation, the other thing I want to mention, this was an area of coordination. I wondered if we had learned anything from the IESB when they thought about NOCLA and this communication between the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner. I do want to emphasize that the responsibility should be on management and those charged on governance for communication. So finding this basis of when you communicate and when you shall consider communication, I think that the pressure should be for management to communicate directly rather for you to communicate, because these puts it's more onerous on the auditor when it should be the management of those charged with governance. So we're getting the right balance, and I do think that R5360-18B needs to be read with that application material, that relevant factors to consider. And when we were developing NOCLA, both internationally and local guidance, there's a lot of frequently asked questions that go with it for you to consider when you're using that shall consider, when do you have this, when is it a gray area, bad word, when is it an option, or when after you've exhausted it that it's no longer a shall consider, you should be communicating. And that may be an avenue that you would tighten it in the implementation guidance.
Thank you, Sadia. And now, yes, finally, Janine, please.
Thank you. Yes, I also like to raise a couple of comments from more a public interest perspective. Communication requirements in case of NOCLAR are, of course, very important. Also with respect to the risk of greenwashing, which could, of course, also be present not only in the group components, but also in value chain components. So in the value chain. The IEESB has also something on communication, but it's a little bit different because they consider that this is typically for the IESBA boards, the NOCLAR topics. They have communication between the auditor and the sustainability assurance provider, and that's a requirement. It's not a two-way communication, though, unless they have changed it during this meeting. I don't know. But we as PRB have published a public interest issue around this because we think that it is really important to have two-way communication from a public interest perspective. And I personally think that that also applies to, in this case, with NOCLAR, because and I realized that the NOCLAR is already out there quite some years, but now we have engagement teams defined with both people from your own firm in the engagement team, but also sometimes from outside your own network firm. They're part of a group sustainability assurance team. So I struggle to see why there should be a split between, we communicate or the requirements only for within your own network firm and not actually with outside the network firm. Who could be part of your engagement team? And I also think that for a value chain, I also like to turn it around. Like if you are the group sustainability assurance practitioner, and in the value chain, there was NOCLAR, and you also your assurance also covers maybe that information. Wouldn't you not want to be informed about that? That's also touch upon what is relevant. But sometimes you only know whether it's relevant if it's first being reported, a suspicion is being reported to you. Then you can maybe see whether it's also is relevant for the other practitioner. So already so strict in I think the requirements should be much stronger. I also can say a lot of people have already said consider is really not enforceable. That is actually why regulators always make this comment. It's about enforceability. It's a full process, and that's even if it's documented, very hard to challenge in and to enforce on, because people have considered something, and that was the requirement. That what the outcome was is not required, so cannot be enforced. So but for me was new that so I understand that here in the IESBA code, when you use shall consider or consider, there is a requirement to document it. Is that always the case? In the IEESB, that's not. They have the word determine, and then that has a specific documentation requirement. But I think, documentation is at the least that you would like to have, but a requirement is much stronger. And consider is only a thought process in that sense, and it's not really a requirement, in my view. So this is more the way I look at it from a more public interest perspective. So I just wanted to share that with you. So thank you.
Thank you. First on the greenwashing, everything that occurs during the assurance that leads you to have some reserves on the fact that on your conclusion, that has an impact on your conclusion, you're going to express that in your conclusion. Yeah. So having to report specifically the greenwashing suspicion to the auditor, while this, if it's material, or if it's in your field, if it's has an impact on your conclusion, etc., is going to be public. Yeah, it's going to be included in your conclusion. Then, so this doesn't work for me. But if the question of greenwashing is having identified that there was greenwashing, for example, last year, which was not your assurance year remission, that will have also an impact on the way that you're going to do your assurance performance work. Yes. So I do not see really a specificity of that compared to seeing inadequacy in a note to a financial statement. If you, as an auditor, it's just the same. So there was no specific requirement in NOCLAR about the fact that during your audit you find that a note to the financial statement is misstated. You have to act or you have to conclude, that in your report that you have reserves on the information issue. So we should not confuse between the result, the analysis that are made during the mission, on your mission and your conclusion, and then the reporting of the NOCLAR, which is another stream.
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
But you can have, of course, misstatements, which are because they want to greenwash, but they could maybe also be non-compliance with certain laws or regulations that are actually also so that they, in the end, then don't report any something, or there is, I think this is so different than in the only looking at financial audit. There are other ways maybe now with the sustainability area, there it's much wider, all kind of different topics. And there are also different kind of laws that are may have a direct more impact on what is being reported. But I thought that also that could also relate to maybe that there is certain non-compliance, not just by misstatements, but with laws and regulations, or maybe with permits or whatever it could be. That is happening with a view to be able to do greenwashing, but is not maybe so easy to find if you only look at the how do you say that, the data streams within the information, the subject matters and the way it's measured, but that you really, so in your regular assurance work, if you only focus on the streams of data and information, NOCLAR is also a little bit wider, of course. It should have a relationship to what you're eventually reporting, but it's also about permits and other things that you may be in non-compliance and other laws that could have relevance. So let me put it that way. I hope that clarifies a little bit. So it's,
Yeah. So we go back to the question of relevance.
Yeah.
So we'll park that and try to demonstrate if we have landed somewhere effective. But then globally, we go back to the point. Should we require in part 5, because sustainability is sustainability and audit is audit, should we require that sustainability should be communicated, whatever? And so this means there is no such analysis like we have in the relevant factors, etc., to try to analyze it if it's necessary, etc. I remind you that when we analyzed this, there was this, it is a very high burden on an organization to be able to capture, to some extent, be sure that you're not misanalyzing the pops up that you have, and then to react the right way. So the best way to react, as it is in the extent code, is to go to the client, to the management and those charged with governance, saying, I have those pops up. It might have an impact on my conclusion. It might have an impact on the financials. It might have an impact on your future licensing to operate. You should investigate, assess, and communicate to the relevant parties, which are external auditors, potential regulators, potential market surveyors, potential jurisdictions, etc. And this is the management that is equipped to assess and then communicate to the extent the public interest is fulfilled. Yes? So we are at the first stage of the public interest, not at the resolution of the suspicion, for example. If I take the lowest level, is a suspicion. So we should be very careful. And then the requirement to communicate is to communicate to an auditor. If you take it on the widest spread, is it the auditor from your entity? Then you are in the first set. If you are in the same organization, no problem. If you are different organization, that means you know who it is to do it without being in breach of confidentiality and because suspicion of NOCLAR can be very nocive, and in terms of reputation for the one who is popping up the point, and for the risk for the reputation of those accused, etc. So the communication channels are quite stringent, etc. So I would urge the board not to, at this almost last step, push us in an additional step that we didn't take in the NOCLAR initial project, because it requires a lot of prudence.
Okay, thank you, Chriselle. As I said, I'd like to make my own comments, but Ken, please, and I'll be brief.
Yeah, I'll be brief as well, Chair. I just really would like to advise the board to be cautious in making any changes on the on section 5360 because of the potential unintended consequences for the extent standard on NOCLAR. Because anytime we change the approach to considering communication between a firm and a network firm or an external firm, that will reopen the conceptual approach under the extant nuclear standard, and the board has not reopened that other standard. It may be that there is a basis to make a change, but that will require a full consultation with stakeholders across the world, because the board, when it promulgated the extant standard on nuclear, went through a lot of deliberations. The situation can be quite complex in relation to communication between a firm and a network firm, because when it comes to network firms, and David, maybe that's to your original point, there is a distinction. There's quite a line that separates firms and network firms, because firms can have offices in the same jurisdiction and they're all part of the same firm. But when it comes to network firms, essentially they are in different jurisdictions, more or less. And there may be a variety of jurisdictional considerations that may come into play in considering reporting outside of the jurisdiction, beyond just the few factors that Workstream has set out in the provision that was in the slide. And those factors are not all inclusive. They are illustrative, they're not all inclusive. And therefore, that's why under the extent approach, there is if you will, there is an expectation for the firm to consider communicating, and therefore with that comes a documentation, because the documentation is very clear. The firm has to document all the judgments it has made in arriving at its decisions, and this will be one of those key points of judgment. Indeed, if there is a no-call item that's been identified and there is a requirement to consider whether to communicate externally or to a network firm, what were the firm's judgments, and what was the basis on which it arrived at a conclusion as to whether or not to communicate. So all I'm saying is this is a good discussion, and certainly it's probably not the end of, well, it probably won't be the end of the discussion, but it's a broader issue that needs to be considered more holistically, I would say, and the board would be, I would say, ought to be advised to take that into consideration and proceed cautiously.
Thank you very much, Ken, and thank you to all of you for this very, very good discussion. I believe that what we have heard here around the table reflects and reproduces what stakeholders think about this standard. And this is what we are going to face. Whatever we do, we are going to be criticized. It's one of those situations where there is no perfect outcome, because some of them will love it and some of them will hate it, and we will be always in the middle of this. And nevertheless, we need to do it, and we need to do it as in the best way possible. Now, if you ask me personally, what's my position? If I support this standard, I mean, if I like it as it is, no. If I support it as it is, yes. And this is where we all should agree, is that could it be better? Could it be stronger? Could it go farther? Yes. Is it possible, thinking pragmatically about all the limitations, all the resistances, all the problems that this would put, namely what Ken just said? No. So I think that we have to be pragmatic here. Nuclear, I was not here, so I'm not the mother of nuclear, but even if I said that I don't like it, I love this standard. I think it's one of the most relevant potential instruments that we have, namely to work on firm culture and governance. We will get back to nuclear many times. This is one of the most important instruments to make the culture advance, to avoid ethical issues when they are small, to become scandals and big events, and etc. It has an incredible potential. So I think that we should nurture this potential and not kill the chicken because it gave us one or two golden eggs. That's where I am now. I don't believe. I mean, sorry for this. I don't believe that much in the burden of communication. I mean, it takes some burden, but I think that the problem is not that one. The problem for me is twofold, is a problem of a limitation resulting from the confidentiality principle to which the profession is bound, which evolves differently in different jurisdictions, and we have to think that this is international, and it results from that and from those different approaches to confidentiality worldwide. If we were, for instance, in Europe, all the regime, all the framework on whistleblowing makes this conversation completely almost ununderstandable because the rule is disclosed. We don't care that, I mean, I'm not saying about in this area, but in financial services, in banking, etc., this is becoming something completely, well, far from the reality. But I understand that in some other regions, this can be almost a sin to speak about not taking confidentiality as far as it should be taken. So I think that we here agree, some of the ones around the table and our stakeholders agreeing that this could be much more, that shall consider is not enforceable, that only communicating to the management is probably a weak instrument because the management will be most of the times the ones who are involved in the non-compliance and regulation that the auditor or the sustainability assurance practitioner in this case has identified, and etc. So it is, I mean, it is what it is, but even if I believe that there is an incredible potential in this standard to protect the public interest and to protect the practitioner and the firm and the company themselves. It's not only about the public, at the end, everything is about the public interest, but this idea that this harms the firm or it harms the company, it's truth if we have a short-term immediate vision, but in the medium and long term, it can be the contrary. So I think that we reached the right, I mean, we are at the right level, which is probably the minimum level, but it's the right one. It is consistent with the extant code. I fully agree that we can't reopen now NOCLAR. As far as I heard, I was not here. It was one of the biggest hurdles and fights that this board accepted to take. So it's early days still. We have a post-implementation review planned to see how this is working. There are many jurisdictions which have not adopted NOCLAR because this is too progressive and revolutionary for them. So I think this is really the baby steps approach in the right direction. And I'm sure that when addressing firm culture and governance, we will get back to this topic and see what we can do with this topic, namely through non-authoritative material, thought leadership, and etc., to provide incentive to make the right use of this instrument without putting the instrument at risk by going what I don't consider too far, but it would be considered too far. So that's what I wanted also to share. But I think this was an amazing, very good discussion, and that this is really what we will hear from our stakeholders from one side and the other. So with one tweak or the other, I think that this is where we can get together. Is what the task force is proposing, of course, subject to possible reflections that the task force may want to have on the basis of these comments that were shared by the board members. And with this, Ken, you are still.
No, I think these are excellent comments, Gabriel, and I share your reflections that essentially there's a need to find what the right balance is in relation to the reporting. And your comments really reminded me of the very intense discussions this board went through when it developed the original NOCLAR standard. And the discussion was precisely around what was heart of the matter, which is that should there be a requirement on a firm to report NOCLAR to an external authority? And the board spent 5 years debating this question. It went through a re-exposure draft, and that's where it landed today, which is what we have in the standard today, which is essentially it's a delicately balanced consideration of all the key considerations as to whether to go forward with a disclosure or not, bearing in mind the relevant context, the relevant factors, whether there's any potential threats of retaliation, for example, and so on and so forth. And that's like I said, this is just a reminder to move all of these discussions. And one particular perspective that came through that discussion, and that's really just for this board's information. In the discussion that IESBA had at the time in relation to the requirement to report was that if a firm were to be required to make that report, and as a result of that report, the accused were to be basically sanctioned with capital punishment, would this board be willing to live with that consequence or with that outcome? Because in some jurisdictions, there are certain types of no law that literally end up with capital punishment, or with limbs being cut off or whatever, a lot of bad things. But that was a bit of the some of the discussions that came through, and that's why there was a lot of pushback and therefore a lot of reflections as to what would be that delicate balance to strike. So that's I bring this as context so that the board understands that it's really not just a simple matter of putting a requirement to disclose and all is well and good, because there's a need to consider what would be what would happen on the receiving end in a jurisdiction where that other firm is operating, and until the board is able to fully understand what could happen in all the different jurisdictions around the world where network firms, for example, might operate, we may have a lot of unintended consequences. So that's why I would advise the board to really think very carefully about this. And as I said, this is perhaps an issue that merits wider consultation.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Laurie, I hadn't seen you.
Just briefly,
Apologies.
I agree with everything Ken said, and for those of us who were around at that time, no Claire, which by the way, I think is a fantastic, important provision of the code. As you said, one of the best, was hard fought for to land it. But what I would say is we know there are rule of law issues around the world. Secondly, to Christelle's point, we also know that people who spot something that they feel uncomfortable with often don't know whether it's a problem or not. When you combine those two things, rule of law issues, confidentiality provisions maybe around what you can say or not say, and lack of complete knowledge of whether this is even a violation, that's how that balance played out. So the last thing I would say is I think it's in a good spot right now. My own view is we're focused on sustainability. We're getting a lot in here. We are going to do a post-implementation review. So that will be of everything. If there are any tweaks needed, we can make them consistently across the board when what we're focusing on solely is no CLAR at that point. And it seems to me that's the right way to do it in a 1-2 step. Get this done now in the form that it's in, I think is good. I mean, there may be some tweaks. And then at the point at which we do the post-implementation review, recognize that whatever we do has to wash all the way through the system and be consistent.
Thank you, Laurie. Thank you all for this great discussion. We are only 45 minutes late, so we are going to break now for 15 minutes, I think, 15, yeah. 15 minutes. We'll be back. We'll be back at 5. I mean, I think we need some time. So, welcome back. I think that we have still 2 slides to go on Laura's side. Laura, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you. So I'm just going to finish the assurance bit with the last question on NOCLAR, which was question 8, relating to the changes proposed to part 2 of the code to professional accountants in business. And so the question here is, do you support expanding the scope of the extant requirement for PAIBs? And the extant provision requires professional accountants in business to consider communicating NOCLAR situations to the auditor. And since we were proposing the change, all those changes in parts 5 and 3, for part 2, the proposal was to expand this requirement to not only communicate to the auditor, but also to the sustainability assurance practitioner of the employing organization. And so as we see here, a substantial body of respondents supported this proposal. There were some comments regarding the PAIB to consider communicating NOCLAR to both practitioners, the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner, and also regarding the responsibilities of the professional accountant outside the employing organization. So we're talking about value chain entities again. So how did the workstream 2 react to these comments? So regarding the suggestion that the professional accountant in business should be required to determine whether to communicate NOCLAR to both the auditor and the sustainability assurance practitioner, this was the actual proposal. So the workstream just noted that if respondents were not understanding that, so maybe we needed to revise the paragraph and make it clearer. And this is basically, or we thought this was basically related to the fact that when we say there on the 3rd line, disclosure of the matter to the employing organization's external auditor or sustainability assurance practitioner, this was the original proposal. And we use or because of the drafting convention of the code, where or means and/or. But apparently this was not clear because some respondents consider this as an alternative. And so the workstream's proposal here is to actually be explicit and use and/or for additional clarity. We understand that this is not the pure drafting convention of the code, but it's a response to these comments. And we also note that and/or is used in other 2 or 3 provisions in the code, so it's not exactly a novelty here. Regarding the comment on the value chain, where some respondents said, well, what about, communicating NOCLAR that is happening in the value chain of the employing organization. Here we go back to part 2, and which includes the NOCLAR regime. This covers the relationship between the PA in business and their employing organization. And although we recognize that the value chain is an area specific to sustainability, we also acknowledge that the NOCLAR regime in part 2 could have already scoped in third parties outside the employing organization. It could have already scoped in parties like the customers of the employing organization, the suppliers of the employing organization, but it has decided not to. So the IESBA, when approving the NOCLAR regime, decided not to include these third parties to the employing organization. And so we suggest, also in alignment with the proposals for part 5, not to scope in explicitly the value chain in the NOCLAR regime. And again, it's something that this could be reviewed and deliberated whenever we get to the post-implementation review. And I would pause here for any comments on these proposals.
Thank you, Laura. Comments? Board members? No comments?
Great.
Thumbs up. So you can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, we were thinking about, and like I said, we were thinking about doing a page turning section by section. Let's see if we can do that at the end of today, maybe not, but for now I'll just pass it to John, who will go through the ethics, the reporting.
We can try at least.
All right, thanks, Laura. So yeah, the next part of the today's presentation will be on the ethics for sustainability reporting. And just to, obviously a reminder that this is changes or revisions, proposed revisions to the extant code to parts 1 to 3 and for professional accountants only. The only reason I raise that is that some of the submissions we received, there was a little bit confusion and some of the responses were referring to aspects that related to non-PAs, but just to make that clear, we're looking at sustainability reporting only now and for professional accountants. So yeah, just 3 things I wanted to go through. So there was question 20, which was talking about expanding the code to all preparers, the PIP characteristics and whether the proposed revisions are responsive to those. And then the more substantive aspect is around the actual sustainability reporting revisions and the proposals there. So firstly, question 20, this asked stakeholders whether they had any views on how the IESBA could approach its new strategic work stream on expanding the scope of the code to more preparers of sustainability information. So this is something that came up during the strategy and work plan, that it was seen that it would be, it's in public interest that all preparers are subject to the same ethics provisions. So we sought stakeholders' views on this particular question. So a majority of the respondents did provide views on this, and of those that did, a substantial body of those respondents indicated support for the new project by the IESBA. Excuse me. Some of the comments obviously talked about engaging with a wide range of stakeholders in the sustainability reporting space, so the non-PAs, investors, regulators, standard setters, and also around using existing frameworks such as the SRG that we set up and also the national standard setters, and to try and establish buy-in from regulators and professional bodies. There was other comments around the benefit or the public interest in having all preparers of sustainability information being subject to the same ethics standards, and around establishing that level playing field. A lot of respondents referred to the diverse backgrounds of the non-PAs, and obviously they may not be currently subject to the code. And so some of the concerns, I guess, were raised around whether it wasn't clear whether how the regulatory oversight would occur. And also not knowing the code may be a barrier for certain ones outside of the profession. And other comments referred to ensuring that we gauge the actual desire for sustainability reporting ethics for those in the non-PA community, and also looking at how the acceptance of the IESA goes before we start looking at expanding beyond the professional accountants for reporting. There was also varying views about how to address this within the code. Like some were imploring that we don't create another part of the code and make sure it's within the existing code, whereas others were sort of referring to maybe making it really specific to sustainability information, and so kind of a contrary view there. So that's a bit of a summary of the comments we received. They don't actually impact any of the revisions that we're proposing at the moment. It was more an information gathering process. So all of this information will be a really good start for that new work stream, and we'll obviously pass that information onto that, which is due to commence in 2025. So the next question, which was question 21, this just asked respondents whether they agree that the proposals in Chapter 4 of the exposure draft are responsive to the public interest, considering the public interest framework's qualitative characteristics. So as you can see on the slide there, a substantial body of respondents that did answer the question were agreed that the proposals were in the public interest and also aligned with the public interest framework characteristics. Some respondents noted that scalability and comprehensiveness were not addressed in the explanatory memorandum. They weren't actually saying that the proposals were not scalable or not comprehensive, just that it hadn't been addressed as such. One respondent referred to that the extant code that in their view was developed for quantitative information and queried whether it could be applied to sustainability, which is obviously more qualitative in nature. A couple of respondents referred to potential unintended consequences, mainly due to the immaturity of sustainability and lack of clarity around the value chain and how all that's going to work with sustainability reporting, and also unknowns regarding the adoption of the IESBA standards. And as I mentioned, some of the responses we received, there was a little bit of confusion because they were actually referring to the next stage of when we do prepare it, looking at those that are outside of the profession. So some of those responses were not specific to the actual provisions that we were looking at doing. So first of all, yeah, as I mentioned, we didn't specifically address all of the public interest characteristics in the explanatory memorandum. However, we do, as the work stream, do believe that they do meet the characteristics of comprehensiveness and scalability. Reason being is that they're building on already robust ethics standards in the extant code, which is obviously very comprehensive. So we think it does address those characteristics, and we just think that they could be addressed through the basis for conclusions. In relation to the other comments that received, the workstream notes that the code already does apply to non-financial information. That's obviously qualitative, and the proposed amendments were there to try and aim to ensure that the code remains fit for purpose for sustainability information or reporting for professional accountants at this point in time anyway. And we also think that the new IESBA workstream to explore extending the impact of the code, they can obviously look at how things have started to change within the sustainability reporting arena and in terms of the adoption of the IESBA standards. So we think those aspects will be covered with that new workstream as well. So that was just as we mentioned, so just if their board had any concerns around characteristics of comprehensive and scalability, but otherwise we just intend to cover that off for the basis for conclusions. Okay. All right, so we'll move on to the more substantive aspects. So question 22, it asked respondents whether they agreed that the proposed revisions to parts 1 to 3 of the extant code were clear and adequate from a sustainability reporting perspective, and there was 3 aspects to that. The first was whether including the proposed revisions to section 220, which is obviously one on preparation or presentation of information, and there was a whole raft of examples that we provided, and whether those examples on conduct to mislead in sustainability reporting, the value chain and forward-looking information, whether they were adequate from a sustainability perspective. And the other question was about any other revisions within the extant code. So as you can see, so a substantial body of the respondents, that not everyone did respond to these questions because obviously we were looking at sustainability assurance and also sustainability reporting. But of the ones that did respond to these questions, it was a very high rate of response of those that were supportive of the suggested changes. Some obviously they made some suggestions around specific examples that we included. There was some new examples on greenwashing, forward-looking information and conflicts of interest that were recommended to be included. And there was also a couple of examples where they requested that these examples be removed around the self-interest threat. There's one on that, and also on the characteristics of the value chain. And another respondent sought to get that we should clarify further when documentation should be prepared in relation to section 220 and the use of professional judgment and discretion. Okay, so just moving on to the more specifics. So the first one relates to paragraph 200.6A1A. A respondent queried whether the example in that paragraph on holding a financial interest in a supplier of an employing organisation is appropriate, believing that a self-interest threat would only occur in a few cases, and that suppliers are not controlled like subsidiaries, and the composition of the value chain could change rapidly. So the workstream discussed this particular response and the issue that was raised. And we did note that the example wasn't intending to represent that all such situations would create a self-interest threat, or that all such threats would not be at an acceptable level. However, on reflection and based on the comment received and discussion within the workstream, we agree with the respondent that holding such an interest might not create such a threat or a substantive threat in most cases. And we also thought that it might add unnecessary complexity to try and track financial interests in the changing value chain composition. So the workstream is recommending that this example be deleted from the proposed revisions. So we just wanted to move to the next one there, which is on paragraph 220.3A2. I will pause that. There's about 5 or 6 where we're proposing amendments, and we'll ask for comments there rather than pausing in each one. So a few respondents suggested some amendments to paragraph 220.3A2. First of all, was around changing operations and state of affairs to activities and state of affairs, and also to make the proposed sustainability information example more specific and to incorporate operations in addition to the financial state of affairs. So the workstream too agrees that we think operations could be narrowly read to relate to things like products or services, whereas activities is a broader term would capture other matters such as social initiatives or human resources, which are obviously both more relevant to sustainability. And we also believe that the proposed revisions intend to emphasise that the sustainability information is not just about the state of affairs of the company. It is more broad than the products, the services, it's the activities, the initiatives, those things like human resources. So the workstream proposes to amend paragraph 220.3A2 to change activities activities and state affairs instead of using operations, and also to revise the example to broaden that and to have reference to include information on the organisation's products, services, or other relevant activities. Okay, so just moving on to paragraph 220.4A3. So there was a concern raised by respondents that the example at 220.4A3, they thought that it might narrowly interpret greenwashing and green hushing as to always be a deliberate action. And they suggested that we also address where there might be excessive optimism or unintended misrepresentations, which is sometimes referred to as greenwashing. So it's a third sort of aspect around greenwashing. So we agreed with this, the workstream agreed with this suggestion to incorporate an example of unintentional greenwashing or green hushing. So we propose to add a new example at 220.4A3 on inappropriate exercise of professional judgment. So this will be linking back to the requirement in 220.4C1, which is around professional judgment or inappropriate exercise of professional judgment. And it also draws on the example of confirmation bias in the conceptual framework in section 120.12A2, because that confirmation bias can affect professional judgment. So we're proposing to include that example there around failing to exercise professional judgment to represent the facts accurately or completely in all material respects. And that's around where there's placing excessive weight on information that corroborates an organisation's achievements of its targets compared to other information which contradicts that achievement. So it's that focus or that confirmation bias on the things that look to improve the targets rather than focusing on the things that might provide a contradictory result. So we also have drafted this not to be specific to sustainability information so that it could be more relevant to like financial and non-financial information. One of the reasons for that is just to maintain a balance of the examples within that part of section 220. Because obviously that section 220 is in relation to financial information, sustainability information, but also other non-financial information. So we received another response here, which was suggested that the proposed example on performing a materiality assessment in paragraph 220.5A1, that the emphasis should be more on the risk that it relates to the preparer omitting or obscuring information in order to misrepresent. So the workstream 2 also agreed with this response, that the risk does relate more so to the preparer omitting or obscuring the information. And we believe that it does actually improve the clarity of the example. So we believe that, yeah, that example should be amended to incorporate that as well. Okay. So the last sort of substantive change that I wanted to go through related to paragraph 300.7A4A. So a respondent did not support this example that was included during the exposure draft. And also there was an associated factor in paragraph 320.3A4. And it relates to the quantitative and qualitative characteristics of the value chain. So the respondent believed was not appropriate an example for professional accountants' evaluation of threats, as value chain entities are outside of the organisational boundary. And also in their view, there was insufficient relationship between that and between the value chain entities and the client. So in the work stream, we discussed this. We still remain of the view that qualitative and quantitative characteristics of a client's value chain might impact the professional accountant's evaluation of threats. So, for example, a threat to professional competence and due care might be impacted where different reporting frameworks are used by multiple suppliers, and the professional accountant needs to use information from those entities to prepare or present the client's sustainability information. However, we do propose to make some amendments, and these relate actually to some comments that were received on the sustainability assurance, and also just to address some drafting aspects. So we think for a start that to remove the reference there to compliance with fundamental principles. The reason being is that the preceding paragraphs already make that clear that we're talking about the threats to the compliance of the fundamental principles, and those previous provisions do not make the similar reference. We also wanted to add the reference there to the evaluation of a threat to make sure it's clear that we're talking about the evaluation and not the identification of the threat in terms of where this provision sits within that section. And also the final thing, we just wanted to change the reference to relevant to the service, just to bring it back to the preparation or presentation of the information, which links back to the lead in to the paragraph. So I will pause there. I'll come back to that in a second. I'll pause there and just to see whether the board have any comments on those amendments that I've raised to those paragraphs. So 200.6, 220.3A2.
Thank you, John. Are you also collecting comments on the decisions to amend paragraphs?
No, I'll come back to that if that's
amend.
okay. Yeah, we'll just,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. David, please.
Thank you. John, if you could just go back
Yep.
a few slides. My memory is not.
That's okay.
I did it, unfortunately. Okay, perfect.
Which one?
So this one I think is where I want to start.
Okay.
So where you've got, for example, places excessive weight on information that corroborates an organization's achievement, I think it's helpful to go on and then say, and either underweights or discards or doesn't consider, to make it really clear that's the issue, right? As opposed to just compare to other information. So make it clear what they're doing. That's really the professional judgment issue here that I saw. It's that you place, and that's the bias you're talking about, right? So that was just one. Then the next one. So on this one, I was actually okay with this one. I just thought when you have selecting, omitting, or obscuring opportunities, risks, and impacts, part of what I was thinking about as well is that they're just, and maybe this is another example, is often it's not knowing what to look at, it's not knowing what to consider. And those are part of the risks and the threats as well.
It's not discretion, but something else. It's about competence.
Well, part of it is, so when we talk about risks relating to the preparer omitting or obscuring, so it's the part of it is purposeful, but also part of it is potentially that they're not even aware that you need to consider some things, and it becomes a competence issue, which also ties into your next example. When you have the competence issue, so on slide 38.
But to exercise discretion, you need to know.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
But
then
what I'm
misuse.
saying is it would be helpful to emphasize that it's a purposeful choice.
But this is around exercising discretion.
So
to you're misusing that
Correct.
discretion
So
to achieve.
it's a purposeful choice to misuse, to omit.
Yes.
But but all of the examples, if you look at the examples, they're not re-emphasizing the same thing. It's just it's an example
Agreed.
of how you could do that. Yeah.
Agreed. It was just my observation when I first read it and you had it up there.
Okay.
It was something about maybe it would be helpful to emphasize that it's the purposeful action of.
Okay.
Something like intentionally selecting.
Correct. So intentionally selecting or intentionally omitting or intentionally hiding or obscuring.
Yeah, but it is saying in order to misrepresent. So
It was just my reaction.
No, that's okay. Yeah.
So it's just an observation. So, and then the next one, slide 38, there was one small one there as well. So here, I think, because here we're talking about their evaluation for example, geographically dispersed and or prepared, the issue is they're not competent in those frameworks or those geographies. So it's a very, because if the person's competent, it's not a threat. If that makes sense, right? It's not a competence issue. So those are just my three.
Okay.
Just a little bit how we can emphasize a little bit more to make it clearer what you're getting at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Sadia, please.
I have one comment on 220.4A3. So it's the first time we're actually saying what failing to exercise professional judgment means in the entire code. And I just worry that we're missing a word like unduly or without question, because in some aspects you would place excessive reliance, but there might be a reason why you place excessive reliance. So I just want to safeguard from something that is done purposely being something that's now failing to exercise professional judgment.
Excessive weight somewhere. Unduly is sort of appreciation that you could place excessive, but at a certain level it's unduly. That's what you meant with your, because placing excessive weight is something which is already going above the bridge, right?
So, and my other suggestion is without question, but then I know that we're now going into professional skepticism with a questioning mindset. Okay, let me think about it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Sadia.
Come back.
Thank you, Sadia. Amajit?
Thank you. I just had a very minor point on 220.3A2, where you were talking about the sustainability information. So there, I thought one word which is coming in the definition is also business model, so which is missing here. So if you want to, just for the sake of consistency, if you want to add that here.
Which one?
Business model.
Oh,
So
business
I
model.
have the definition here.
Yeah, the one we added. Yeah. In the definition.
From the definition.
Not just the products, services and activities, but also the business model. So, which is coming in the original definition. So you
The
want to
definition of sustainability information.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have a think about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amajit. Any other comments? Okay, Andy, I'm still giving you 5 seconds because I see that you are hesitating. Okay, thank you. Back to
The
you,
last
John.
point.
Okay, so the next two slides are actually just highlighting some of the comments that we received where the workstream decided not to specifically address them or make specific changes as a result of those particular comments. So firstly, there was a couple of examples that were suggested for 200.6A1B, and they suggested to include additional examples around a self-interest. One was around a self-interest, that one was a conflict of interest. The examples were fairly similar to each other, but they were also very similar to the example that we'd already included in 200.6A1B. So we felt that it was unnecessary to add additional examples, which is essentially providing the same thing. In saying that, we will obviously consider those when we are looking at developing the implementation guide or the case studies, those sorts of things, where we didn't think it was necessary to add an additional one, but also there was one respondent and other ones had not raised concerns with the actual example that we have provided there. The next one was on 220.3A3. The comment was to refer to the broad remit of entities, including value chain entities, to consider when you're collecting, recording, measuring, or maintaining and improving information. We felt this was unnecessary because the sustainability reporting frameworks generally define what the value chain is and the information required therein. And also this paragraph relates to all types of information and not sustainability information, so we didn't feel that it was necessary to do that. The next were comments relating to 220.4A1. One of the respondents suggested that we specifically refer to greenwashing within the example. We felt this could be problematic, firstly because it's not a defined term, and we felt that if we include it within the example, that it could create inconsistent interpretations. Another comment we received was to include another example relating to the entity's strategic objectives, governance, risk management, or business model. So this relates back to the example we had already had included in there, which is a very broad example, and it was trying to cover a whole range of different types of scenarios. So this is a very specific application of that example, if that makes sense. So again, we felt that it was unnecessary to bring in another thing that was very specific. And again, this could be something that we could address through implementation guidance and or case studies. The next, we had a couple of comments around paragraph 220.4A4. One was around including cross-reference to that example to the provisions on using the work of others and also using the output of technology. The workstream felt that this was not really consistent with our drafting conventions, where we don't generally cross-reference from examples to other provisions in the code. We also were a bit concerned that it might create an idea or a disproportionate weighting on that particular example compared to the others that were included. But it is also something that we did specifically address in the explanatory memorandum. And again, the basis for the conclusions would address that as well. Another one was around also to include reliability in that example, as well as the other criterion that we've already addressed, which is around source, relevance and sufficiency. We felt that this was unnecessary because the material that we did add the reference to source, relevance and sufficiency was added because it relates back to material on acquiring mine. And some of the factors that relate to the application of the requiring mine we felt already covered off on reliability. The next one was on paragraph 220.5A1 and the last bullet there, and they suggested we include an additional example on forward-looking information. Again, the example was very similar to the example we'd already provided in the exposure draft around forward-looking information. And again, this was the only comment we received on that example, so we didn't feel it was necessary to add an additional very similar example. Another comment was on paragraph 220.11A2, which is the encouragement to document where you have used discretion or professional judgment to clarify when that documentation should be prepared. Again, we felt that this was unnecessary because this is a provision that was in the extant code, which didn't specify when that documentation is required, and it really does fall down to professional judgment and depends on the facts and circumstances. There's also various other provisions within the code where there is an encouragement to document, and it doesn't go to the extent of clarifying specifically when the documentation should be prepared, that it does fall down to the professional judgment of the professional accountant. The other one was around paragraphs 240.3A2 and also 270.3A2. They felt that the references that we had included around referencing to financial and non-financial information, that was unnecessary. But obviously, when we went through the process of developing the exposure draft, that we added those specific references to make it clear that compensation and incentives might also be linked to non-financial as well as sustainability information or measures. So they were the predominantly all the other comments that we received where we didn't decide to make changes. So I'll just go back to there and just to ask the board whether they had any comments about where we've decided not to make amendments on those particular paragraphs.
Any comments?
No comments.
No comments? Thank you very much.
Okay, so the next one was, just bear with me 1 second, question 23, which basically just asked whether there was any other comments in relation to the proposed amendments in the exposure draft, whether there was any other comments in relation to any of the other proposals that were in there. We only received 3 responses to this, and whether they had additional matters to raise. So one believed that we should add some additional sustainability references to some particular paragraphs. Another respondent thought we should remove references to including sustainability information because they felt that it might create a problem if there's future changes which related to other non-financial information. There was also comments around emphasising the importance of controls over financial and non-financial information, and I'll just go into a bit more detail on those comments. So as I mentioned, one respondent suggested to include a reference to over both financial and non-financial, including sustainability information in paragraph 200.7A3. To emphasise the importance of having controls on both financial and non-financial information. So we didn't propose to make an amendment to this particular paragraph in the exposure draft. However, the workstream agrees with this suggestion, and as sustainability is an emerging area and sustainability information is sort of captured throughout the organisation within different aspects or different divisions within an organisation. The workstream also believed that the connection between financial and sustainability information and also the interaction between the respective internal controls and systems are critical for robust reporting. So we agreed with this suggestion, and we believe this should be incorporated within the final provisions. Another respondent suggested adding sustainability-specific references to paragraphs 100.2, 120.13A2, 200.2 and 200.6A1, D and E. The exposure draft actually included almost identical revisions to a couple of those paragraphs in 200.2 and 200.6A1, D and E. But we looked at the other suggestions on 100.2 and 120.13A2, and we didn't believe that further granularity was required there. The other comment I mentioned was there was a respondent suggested to remove references to including sustainability information in parts 2 and 3, as they felt that it could create problems if future revisions are made relating to other non-financial information. However, the workstream 2 noted that the other revisions to non-financial information, if they are required in the future, that they should already be captured or considered because sustainability information is just a subset of non-financial information, and they should be already captured within the proposed amendments that we'd already made. So that's just, yeah, whether the board agrees that to the revision to 200.7A3 and then not to take up those other revisions that were suggested by respondents.
Thank you, John. Any comments from board members?
We're finished.
No comments.
Okay, so there was a bit of a whirlwind, but I knew you guys wanted to.
Sorry?
There was a little bit of a whirlwind, but we got there. So we've still got 20 minutes. Do we want to? What we could do is the reporting ones. There's only like 2 other things I think we haven't addressed. So we could do a page turn on reporting. Yep.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah.
You have to join the Zoom link.
Yeah. Can you just give me a couple of minutes? I've just got to join in and, yep.
Do you want me to do it?
Just thinking, I just can't think, trying to find the link.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right, we're good to go? Okay, so we're just proposing to do a page turn as we did when we finalised the exposure draft. So we're just going to go section by section. And really, it's just, I'm not going to necessarily bring anything up. There's only a few extra things that we haven't, but it's more if there's anything else the board wanted to raise. So we'll just start with section 100, which is complying with the code. So there was no changes in that section. Section 200, there was one change in 200.2. It was just a minor editorial to be consistent with some revisions in a later provision. Sorry?
Yes.
Is that better? Yeah. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. So I'll just keep scrolling. That we already went through that deletion. Went through that addition. Section 210, conflicts of interest. There's been no proposed revisions since the exposure draft. Section 220, we went through that, those revisions. We discussed that new example. Talked about that one. That was just based on a suggestion from a respondent to just change the order to be consistent with other references. That's no actual change, it's just the ordering of the reference. I don't think there's any other in 220, any other changes. Section 240, no changes were proposed. Section 270, we're also not proposing any amendments from the exposure draft. Section 300, no changes proposed. Uh, 300.7 A401, we've been through that. .310, no proposed amendments. Same with 320. Again, just stop me if there's anything. And finally, 330, again, no proposed amendments there. And that's it for reporting. So
Maybe our proposal could be to go through the page turning on the ethics part of the assurance, maybe together when we do that with the independence bit at the end of the work streams one sessions tomorrow, if we have time, because we have like 10 minutes left and it's already very late.
Okay, we take your suggestion, which is very wise, and stop a little bit earlier. We are being very disciplined. Fantastic. Just let me thank the work stream, everyone who worked on this. What we saw here today seems not much, but it's a lot. Because first, because the decisions not to change sometimes are more difficult than the decisions to make changes. This group, just like the other work stream, had more than 90 responses to analyze. And the fact that there is that we are here so smoothly arriving to this place just shows the quality of the work. Second thing that I'd like to say, and of course I will probably tomorrow, but since we have time today, and I don't know if we will have tomorrow, I'd like just to highlight again the urgency of this framework. We, the world, our stakeholders have been mostly focusing on the urgency of the ethics standards, ethics and independence for sustainability assurance for the reasons that we know. They are actually extremely urgent and etc. But if anything, these ones are even more urgent since the sustainability reporting standards are already and regulations are already being applied, implemented, etc. Without a proper ethics framework to complement this. The attention of regulators, policymakers, etc., seems not to have been directed to this area, but I'm personally, I'm just as concerned, at least with the lack of an ethics framework for sustainability reporting as for sustainability assurance. And this is something that it's our responsibility also to highlight, because the fact that we are not being as much requested and that this request doesn't exist has to do with many things, has to do with the persistence of this approach to ethics as an optional thing, something that comes after and nice to have, but also because countries, jurisdictions, practitioners are so involved in the implementation of the S1 and S2 and ESRS that they probably are forgetting this part. I suspect, and I'm almost sure that when this starts to apply without the necessary ethics frameworks, many problems will come. But in addition to this very substantial and material problem, I'm very concerned about the fragmentation, the level of fragmentation that this lack of ethics standards to complement this infrastructure of sustainability reporting standards may create. Many decisions can be, when the practitioners, when policymakers, regulators start feeling that something is missing, they may be making any decisions with respect to the ethics part of the story. So this is really urgent. So yeah, considering where we are, can we approve tomorrow? Unfortunately, I'm not speaking seriously, but I wish I was, because this is really urgent. So thank you very much for the work done, and tomorrow we will see the rest of the story. Thank you. So tomorrow we will come back. We will not meet here. We will meet at IFAC offices.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, so just a reminder, first of all, with all your detritus, do take those with you or dump them in the trash cans out there before you leave. That would be very helpful. Secondly, as you will have seen from the board agenda, there is a joint plenary session of IESBA at the IFAC offices at 9 a.m. Do arrive earlier. There will be breakfast for those who will be attending that meeting there in person. That means board members and members of the sustainability and experts task forces. So if you're part of the task forces, do go there. There will be seats for you that have been reserved. Not everybody will be able to be seated at the main board table because this is going to be two boards at the same time. So basically only board members and those who need to be at the table or the main table. And but the technical advisors who are not on the sustainability and experts task forces, you will have been sent or emailed the Zoom link to the joint session. So you will be able to observe the plenary meeting in essentially virtually. So you may take that meeting from wherever you are in your hotel room. Here, if you come to the IESBA offices, these offices won't be open before 10:15. So do not turn up here at 9 o'clock or 8:45. There will be nobody waiting for you. This is only going to be open from 10:15, and there won't be any breakfast here for you at the IESBA offices, right? So just well, official observers, yes. So for official observers as well, official observers essentially PIOB observers, as well as a GICP observer. You will be you'll be going to the IFAC offices. There will be seats for you there. Yeah, I think we've covered everybody here. Yeah. Okay, and we will start here at 10:45 according to the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. For those who will still meet and work, I wish you a very good work, and for the others, rest and enjoy.
The regulator to the profession. Such a JICP.
I'm not from JICP. I'm independent from JICP. It's no problem. No problem. No problem.
Let me just confirm. Sorry, Ken, just a clarification. So